Radio Generation, the home of urban soul. This is the Radio Generation News.
Good morning, I'm Winnie Maganga. Transport stakeholders across the country have confirmed that a nationwide strike over rising fuel prices will begin today. The planned industrial action has been backed by several groups under the Transport Sector Alliance, including Matatus owners, truckers, boda operators, taxi associations, bus operators, driving schools, tour operators and private motorists. The decision was reached during a consultative meeting held on Sunday, where stakeholders agreed to proceed with the strike as planned.
All public service, commercial vehicles, private vehicles across Kenya shall cease operations until further notice, due to the unbearable rise in fuel prices, harsh economic conditions affecting transport operators and the common man.
ODM leader Oburu Oginga says the party will hold talks with President William Ruto over the rising cost of fuel, which continues to increase the cost of living for many Kenyans. Speaking in Kisumu during ODM Nyanza Delegates Consultative Forum, Oburu said global conflicts, especially in the Middle East, had contributed to higher fuel prices. However, he said the government could still ease the burden by reducing some fuel taxes.
We know the bay of mafuta is due. It's high, and our people are suffering. This is an international phenomenon which is happening because of some war in the Middle East. But we are going to approach our government. We are going to approach President Ruto. And we also have our Minister of Finance here, John Badi. We are going to talk and see how people can be given some relief. So that people can be given some relief, it is a bit too high.
Interior Cabinet Secretary Kipchumba Murkomen has condemned an incident in which a woman was doused in petrol and set ablaze in Nairobi's Mwiki area in what is suspected to be politically motivated attack. Murkomen on Sunday, alongside Inspector General of Police Douglas Kanja, visited the victim, identified as Raquel Wandeto, and said the government will take measures to curb divisive and inflammatory political rhetoric.
We will, of course, go for all the planners, and I believe that we must be able to deal with this, punish them severely in such a way that no one else will repeat such an act again. There has been speculations around the possibility of political motive, basically attacking her for her political beliefs. I want to ask again to caution all the political leaders in their political rhetoric to stop inciting the people of Kenya.
U.S. President Donald Trump has warned Iran that time is running out as efforts to end the conflict stall. The warning came as Trump was expected to speak with Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu on Sunday. Meanwhile, Iranian media reported that the United States had not made any clear concessions in response to Tehran's latest proposals aimed at ending the conflict. And that's the truth on Radio Generation. Good morning, I'm Winnie Maganga.
In the beginning, there was morning radio. But now there is Radio Generation's The People's Breakfast. Curious and bold, getting facts from the shadows.
That's what it is.
Now, as the city wakes and secrets stir, a bright new voice shines. The People's Breakfast. Your morning, your voice, your journey. Good morning.
Good morning, my neighbor.
Welcome to the home of hard truths and bold insights, Radio Generation.
A very good morning to you and welcome to the home of hard truth and bold insights. Indeed, it is the People's Breakfast. My name is Mungalambuvi Nikona City Mugu Kwenye Studio. And today is the 18th day of May, 2026. Nilienda Ushago over the weekend. Had a couple of funerals. Yeah, literally couple of funerals to attend to, and nikarudi na ile kitu inaitwa homa. Hiyo kitu inanisumbua na ni bo. I don't know if fellow gentlemen feel the same way as I do, especially when it comes to a cold. I really do not like having a cold. I mean, I'm sure nobody likes having a cold, but when it weighs you down, it gives you that fatigue. It makes you feel as though the world is coming to an end. The fevers, the pain, the headaches, those things, they bore me to death. So yes, I have that thing. So nkisikia nikiongea venye naongea, tafadhali mniwie radhi, but we say that all shall be well. I'm on medication, so that means that mambo yatakuwa shwari. Au namna gani? All right, it's now 6 minutes past 6 o'clock. What is significant about this particular day in history? Several things happened, obviously. Can we start with the one that happened in 1896? Yes, indeed we can. Now, the United States Supreme Court handed down the landmark Plessy versus Ferguson decision, legally cementing the doctrine of separate but equal racial segregation. These guys. That landmark Plessy versus Ferguson, which legally cemented the doctrine of separate but equal racial segregation. This is in 1896. City Muga. Good morning. How are you doing?
Paul Mbuvi, I'm fine.
When you separate people, but you tell them they're equal, it's like just you've put them in their own countries.
You're lying to them. You're struggling.
Yes.
You're struggling with understanding that you have an unjust law, and you're trying to pretend that you understand these people.
Yeah.
And you understand the details.
Yeah.
Of the diversification that exists.
Yeah.
Now, if indeed you thought everybody was equal,
why would you separate them?
And why do you have to say it?
Yeah.
Do you and I wake up every morning to come and tell each other how equal we are?
No.
Yes, you take it for granted that you are.
Yeah.
So it's not.
You assume and you say it is what it is.
Exactly. Yeah. So hii unaongezea kila siku ukitangaza mbona.
Mpaka unaweka landmark ruling.
It's a progress they were making in their mental and physical and psychological journey.
Yeah.
Because they had believed that by enslaving these Africans, they were doing so because they were superior to these Africans. And some even believe they're doing the Africans a favor.
Okay.
But these are narratives people spin to justify what it is that they want to. It is typical of human beings. This is not just the slavers.
Yeah.
Even in modern day politics, people look to justify a position. Then they will tell you something which is a justification for what they have already determined they want to do.
Yes.
And usually somewhere along the line there will be some convoluted view that they are somehow helping you. Do you want to, Ati?
Tunakusaidia bro.
Ili maisha yako better. Okay. Vipi?
Tunakusaidia. Nataka uelewe tunakusaidia.
Yes. Na kama hujashika, wacha tukueleze mara pili. Tunakusaidia.
Yeah.
Yes.
There's something else that is also interesting. In 1944, the Soviet Union began the deportation of the Crimean Tatars from their homeland in Crimea. More than 200 people were deported to Central Asia in a matter of days. Crimean Tatars ani akina nani?
Sini wajua, look at the size of Russia.
Yeah.
Wale wa jamaa kwa kule upande za Mongolia.
Yeah.
Mongolia watu wanajua kwa sababu ya Genghis.
Genghis Khan.
Yeah, Genghis.
Right.
So Tata walikuwa pia nomadic na walikuwa wanatoka nchi hizo. They were known to be fierce warriors. Yes. This isn't new.
Okay.
No, this finding reasons to displace people. Bwana, wajua binadamu we're very strange.
Yeah.
But these Europeans are stranger than everybody else.
No, we usually find ways, binadamu all over, not just in Crimea or in the Soviet Union, but all over, we find ways to divide ourselves.
We do. There are individuals who do it on our behalf. And they look for a group of followers. And once they've amassed these followers, the rest is easy.
Yeah.
And they start with the conviction that what they're doing is right. And they normally surround themselves with a brigade of very young people who are very fervent and very, 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 very enthusiastic believers.
Yeah.
Now, jamana, believe.
Okay.
Yes. On this very day, on this very, very, very day.
Yes.
in 2018, we'd had disasters in Kenya. We'd had Tongwe ferry disaster. We'd had schools burning, the Changuli one being one of the ones that was spoken of the most.
Right.
We had situations where the rail to Nairobi, there was a problem. The rail had been slightly dismantled. The rail went off, people died. We had droughts, we had floods. We had backflows, which displaced people even more vigorously than floods.
Yeah.
And we had issues that were of a national concern. And in some of them, Kenyans had come together. But 2018 was unique because the tragedy occurred in a land predominantly owned by a business entity.
Okay.
It was a personal property of somebody. But downstream, because there's a hill, there's downstream, there were people who also lived there.
Yeah.
In a small town that at that point it was not known to many people, called Solai.
Yeah.
That tragedy, my friend, gave flooding, gave rainfall a completely new face. Because you suddenly realize that these things that the weatherman tells you, the predictive aspect of weather and the consequences of it if ignored. That same year, this problem had shown its head in March.
Okay.
Torrential rains spreading across 4 countries of East and Central Africa and moving towards this direction of the Rift Valley. On that fatal day, when it arrived in that region of Nakuru County,
yes,
it had already displaced 1 million people in its wake. 170 people had already died.
Okay.
Then it landed in Solai. My God.
The devastation.
The rocks, the trees, that dam had no chance. I visited the site and I saw what had happened, I realized this one.
It happened in when again?
2018.
2018.
Yes.
Nakumbukanga story.
Yes. On this very day, 18th.
18th of May.
That is the remembrance. We'll have some guests who are survivors of that particular incident.
All right.
Talking to us. Remember when the Kenya Red Cross were here?
Yeah.
The deputy director who's in charge of projects and programs, he told us that they have come to a point where there's a day of remembrance for some of these disasters.
Yeah.
Lest we forget.
Lest we forget, indeed. All right. It is now 6:13. Before City atupatie inaitwa nini? Atupatie methali yetu ya leo. Nimeamka leo asubuhi nikaona kuna because you know ukiwa ushago vitu zingine za kupita.
Oh brother, ni rahisi sana, especially if you are engaged in the activities you are engaged in. You don't even look at your phone.
Maombolezi kutoka hapa mnaenda mnazika na huku mnatoka huku mnasikia mwingine ameenda. It's been a very long weekend.
It becomes hectic, huh?
Yeah, so I wake up this morning to go through social media and I see ati kuna maandamano ama sijui ni protests ama ni mgomo, mara ni abandonment, mara watu wasikuje town. What's not happening? Well, I was away. City nini mlifanya kwani? What did you do to this country when I was away?
It is summarized by someone whose message I was reading earlier on this morning.
Yes.
And it makes sense to me.
Okay.
They're saying, let me paraphrase.
Hey.
What they're saying in essence is this, guys. Iko namna hii,
iko namna gani?
Sisi tunataka sisi ameenda strike. Na kwa vile sisi ameenda strike, sisi amesema kwamba tunaomba Wakenya wengine hizi shida
kuja wa strike na nyinyi.
They are saying, look, we've had many issues and we need to make a point. I'm paraphrasing.
Okay.
Now, very peacefully, again they're saying, underline, circulate in red.
Very peacefully.
Very peacefully, please. When it gets to 7, park your car.
7 a.m.
Yes, park your car. Once you've parked your car, then let us assemble and let's just march peacefully.
Where to?
That's all they said. Where to, I don't.
Because I can see a poster here saying, our unity, our voice, our right. Total shutdown on Monday. Then shops closed. Businesses closed. Schools and colleges closed. Transport closed. Together we stand. No work, no business, no movement. Together for a better tomorrow. Alafu wameka ile mkono hivi.
Wajua mimi hiyo sielewi.
Na kwanga imeinuka hivi imesema together we stand.
Hiyo ni power.
Power.
Sielewi.
Comrades Tibim.
TLLM. So essentially,
yes,
this individual is posting on behalf of certain other individuals, right?
Well, clearly.
No, it's not so clear. Because you and I can do the same thing, and whom will we have consulted?
Okay.
I mean, I understand, and this situation I really honestly understand.
Okay.
Countries have their pain points and things which are we can call irreducible minimum.
Yes.
This issue of fuel, my friend, is going to make life infinitely harder than it already is, and it's hard. That something needs to be done about it, that there needs to be a dialogue, that's imminent, and it should be. Okay? But a statement like that, how am I supposed to understand it? Those who are in essential services, what do you want them to do?
Yeah, we're talking about doctors here. We're talking about the press. Tunaongelelea police or essential services.
Bro, transport is essential. What do you want these people? So what are we supposed to do?
Yeah, that's...
I would have assumed if you wanted a country-wide sympathetic positioning, you said you go about telling people, if you're in this place, it's countrywide, not Nairobi. People congregate here at this hour. If you're here, people congregate at this hour. But there's something that struck me.
Okay.
The lack of direction from politicians in the opposition. Have you heard them speak about this matter?
No, I haven't.
Some tried to say something last week, the usual things they say. But this is not... If they're involved, they're in the background. They're not coming out of the fore. Because when you...
They're the ones sponsoring this...
it is very possible, but
this
then
demo.
But this is a recipe for something getting out of control. Because if you want people to support you, you tell them how you want the support.
Yeah. And you come out clearly and you say, I, as Paul Mungala Mbuvi of Party X.
Yes, of Party XW.
I am hereby calling upon our members, supporters,
and other like-minded Kenyans.
And fans.
Yes. Tusimame.
Tupatane Uhuru Park. Tutembe.
Makes sense. Park your cars, tukutane Uhuru Park. Wale ambao wako mbali wakutane Jivanji. Na namna hiyo. Then we march and congregate here.
Sasa shida ni city, ukiwaambia tupatane Uhuru Park, mtapata IG Kanja na watu wake wanaongojea hapo. Or wasiet wamefunga barabara za kuingia CBD yote.
Yeah, we've tried that before with the Sufuria Revolution, and they failed because they found that the people they were blocking had already arrived in town much earlier than them.
There's a time Raila called for, was it a strike or what was it? Then nobody showed up because because the police police came in their gear and everything, and they were waiting for people. Then no one came, and then they were like, what? What's not happening? So either way, there was a total shutdown because no one came out to go to work. No one came to the CBD. The CBD was as empty can be. That for me was one hell of a funny situation. But yes, it was one of those times. Was it tear gas Mondays? When was it tear gas Tuesdays?
It was some tear gas related activity.
Yeah. So anyway, today they have decided to say that. I don't know, but I don't know who's saying this. And then I saw, because I'm in so many WhatsApp groups. Yeah.
Go ahead.
Yeah, I'm in so many WhatsApp groups, and the one thing that I notice is that people are giving out this, what are they called? See disclaimers. Wanakwambia sijui be careful, sijui jichungeni, plan accordingly. That for me was crazy. Anyway, a big shout out to Luis Rudasingwa. Amesema good morning. Luis, good morning. How are you doing? Bruce Lee naye amesema good morning guys, how are the roads? Hey Bruce Lee, ni siku nyingi sijakuwa na umekuwa ukijificha hapi. All right. So Bruce Lee, thank you so much for coming through. Amauliza how are the roads? The roads are okay. A few places are wet because it has been raining in the last couple of hours, so be careful about that. If you're traveling across Nairobi, that means, for example, if you're coming in from Mololongo na unaenda all the way to Thika, I don't know, you might need to talk to your boss and see if they can give you some time off. Simon Indiatsi amesema good morning. I'm amazed by how City knows things from history. He understands and things that even happened when I was around and I don't remember. Kudos mzee Mungu, kudos mzee Mungu atulindie wewe sana. JB Mutua naye amesema nini? Good morning Mbuvi and City, wishing you a great week. Greetings from New Jersey. Well, JB Mutua, thank you so much. JB Mutua, this is the first time I'm seeing you. I hope I'll be seeing more of you. You're one of those guys we call silent listeners. I don't know. Aya, Empress Talia amesema good morning kings and queens, have a fine day, Kitengela iko locked in. Asante sana Empress Talia for coming through. Pia Empress Talia nimekuona leo mara ya kwanza, ama kuna watu wamekuja hapa kutoka Friday jusikwa. Let me know. You can also find us on X at Radio Gen KE across all our socials. But right now, though, let's get into radiogeneration.co.ke and see what is making headlines. The first story takes us to the CBD. No movement. Transport stakeholders to begin strike over high fuel prices. Yeah, to be honest, those prices are high. I actually got a shocker because on Fridays when I was traveling for the first funeral, and you can imagine, you wake up, you go to the petrol station, unaona mafuta imepanda by some amount of money. You're like, what happened when I was away, guys? Anyway, transport stakeholders in the country have vowed to proceed with a planned nationwide industrial strike beginning Monday over the recent increase in fuel prices. Now, the strike has been endorsed by several organizations and under the Transport Sector Alliance, including the Federation of Public Transport Sector, that is FPTS, Matatu Owners Association, Rig Owners Association, Motorist Association of Kenya, Association of Matatu Transport Owners, Association of Matatu Transport Owners, okay, and the Digital Border Drivers and Deliveries Association. I know what my deliveries, Now, others are the Truckers Association of Kenya, Digital Taxi Association of Kenya, Tour Guide Association, Association of Bus Operators, Counties Commuters Welfare Association, Mass Mobility Operators Association, and Driving School Association and Private Motorists. Hizo association ni mingi. I didn't even think we had all this. Anyway, so they're saying that the move was confirmed and the strike would go on as planned. Now, the alliance said all transport subsectors, including transport, passenger transport, cargo and logistics, ride-hailing services, motorcycle transport, tourism transport, driving schools, school buses rather, and private motorists had agreed to unite in what they described as one of the largest coordinated industrial actions in Kenya's history. Now, if they are able to pull this off, if they honestly pull this off, nitajua ni kubaya. If no matatus operate, because when I was coming to work, some matatus were operating, some taxis were also operating. I saw a few bodabodas as well on the roads, so I don't know. But nikiona leo saa moja, saa mbili, saa tatu hakuna magari, na wakati nitakuwa namaliza kipindi hapa saa 4 nione pia Nairobi imesimama, nitajua ni kubaya. Otherwise isipo, nitaanza kuona Wakenya wamechoka na hizi stories za maandamano kila wakati na kusimamisha sectors, industrial actions and all sort of manner of things in association with shutdowns and strikes and so on. So let's see how that pans out. So apparently that is happening today. Yeah, the move follows a consultative meeting held yesterday where stakeholders confirmed that the strike would go on as planned. But no matter what happens, guys, me especially nikitoka pale nje, mtu asijaribu kunigongea gari yangu, mtu asijaribu hata kuniguzia gari yangu tafadhali. Mimi sina ubaya na mtu, mimi nimekuja kazini, mimi ni essential service provider. All right. The next story, DCI nabs suspect behind multi-billion gold scam in Nairobi. Multi-billion gold scam. Where? Detectives from the Directorate of Criminal Investigations, that is the DCI Nairobi Regional Headquarters, have arrested a woman believed to be the mastermind behind a gold scam that fleeced an American national of 431,000 United States dollars. That is about 55.7 million. Hey guys. According to police, the suspect, Mildred Kache, alias Sabrina Aisha, together with an accomplice, convinced the foreign investor that they would supply 400 kilograms of genuine gold bars. Hooked by the seemingly lucrative deal, the American national flew into Nairobi to seal the agreement, unaware he was stepping straight into a carefully staged trap. That's according to the DCI. Now, police said documents were prepared and negotiations held before the victim transferred the money into the suspect's bank accounts, believing the gold shipment would be delivered. However, no gold was delivered and the suspects allegedly disappeared, prompting the victim to report the matter to the DCI. So anyway, police have caught this particular lady and perhaps other suspects as well, because she's called what? Mildred Kache alias Sabrina Aisha, together with an accomplice rather, and they convinced. How are you convinced to give someone 431,000 USD, 55 million? Mimi kama hata siwezi kukupatia tu 4,000 kama sikujui na sikutambui na sionangi kazi umefanya na sijaona evidence hiyo kazi. Huyu jamaa anapata aje nafasi ya kupatia mtu 431,000 USD? Watu mko na pesa huku nje. Pesa nayo mko nayo. Omanyala getting better as Kipyegon supreme in Shanghai. Let's see what this is all about. Here we go. Kenya's sprint star Ferdinand Omanyala ran his 4th sub-10 second race on Saturday at the China Textile City Sports Center in Kikao, or is it Keqiao district in Shaoxing, China, during the Shanghai Diamond League. Meanwhile, triple Olympic 1500 meters champion Faith Kipyegon ran and won a world-leading time in the 5,000 meters. Omanyala was challenged by South Africa's Gift Leotlela. I hope I'm saying this correctly. So Omanyala was challenged by South Africa's Gift Leotlela, who opened the season by winning the South African national title in 10.15 seconds before heading to the Cape Keno Classic, where he was disqualified. Now, Leotlela bounced back on Saturday, winning the Diamond League meeting in Shanghai in 9.97 seconds ahead of Omanyala and Kenny Bednarek, who both finished in 9.98 seconds. Yani literally 0.01 seconds later. That's the difference between gold and bronze and everything else. All right. Omanyala and Kipyegon, good job, guys. Keep on keeping on. I don't know how long it would take you to run 100 meters, but I can tell you one thing for sure. As Paul Mungalambuvi, hata nikimaliza 20 meters tuko na bahati. Kogalo, a win away from 22nd league title. Yeah, Kogalo wanafanya kazi mzuri kwenye pitch. Currently number 1 at the Kenya Premier League, right? Now, Gor Mahia now need just one win from the remaining 2 fixtures while avoiding defeat in the other to clinch the 22nd national top flight league title. Now, this comes after they secured their 20th win of the season on Sunday at the Nyayo National Stadium in Nairobi by thrashing Murang'a Seals 3-1. Now, speaking after the victory, which moved them mathematically close to the title with 68 points from 32 matches, head coach Charles O'Connor urged his players to remain calm and focused. Yes, it is now that you need to be calm and focused, because kidogo kiyumba hivi, my friend, you might just lose your lead. So Gor Mahia have now registered 20 wins, that is 8 draws and 4 losses this particular season, and they are saying that we are now closer. We must remain calm and focused for the 2 remaining games. We go back to practice now with confidence that we can make it happen for Gor Mahia, said an optimistic O'Connor. Karibu sana City.
Samani.
Nimeona ulikuwa unapokea simu ya nguvu sana.
Kuna wageni wetu ambao walikuwa aje kuja saa moja.
Naam.
Na walikuwa wamepanda gari ambayo tunaita taxi. Jamaa kuna kitu inaitwa Google Map.
Ndio hiyo map sasa hiyo. Kidogo umepotea. Sio,
alikuwa anaisoma upside down, sio wapi. So ndio nitoka niwaelekeze vizuri.
Umewaelekeza
unajua kuna kitu naachana map. Naambia ndugu uko wapi? Ukiangalia nje ya dirisha unaona nini? Na hiyo barabara kuna kibao inaonyesha jina. Ndio hiyo. Sasa kuja moja kwa moja. Ndio hiyo.
Njoo, wamefika. Haya, sawa. Tutaweza kupambana na wao. Now, nilikuwa ninasoma taarifa hapa. There's one about state orders counties to boost Ebola screening and surveillance at entry points. Now, DRC has got Ebola. The United Nations has declared it an international disaster as far as that country is concerned. So ndio maana lazima tuzingatie watu wote ambao wanakuja huku Kenya, tuweze kuzuia mashida kama yale ya mwaka wa 2020
Hapo bwana, hiyo
COVID-19.
Hiyo kitu bwana nituweka bumper.
Right. Before we do traffic, City, give us the methali of the day.
Nashukuru brother. Kuna nchi inaitwa Ghana, unajua hiko mbali na ile nchi tulikuwepo last wiki.
Ile Gabon. Last week City tulikuwa Sudan.
Wiki before that
tulikuwa Gabon.
Ndio tulikuwa Gabon.
Naam.
Sasa tuko Ghana.
Ndio.
Kutoka Ghana tuenda south.
Okay.
Lakini kwa leo tuko hapo.
Haya, Waghanaian wanasemaje?
Bwana wewe, wacha nikwambie kitu about this country. Capital yake inaitwa Accra.
Ndio hiyo sasa.
Lugha ambayo wanaongea ambao wanasema ni official ni Kiingereza.
Okay.
Walipata independence yao 1957.
Kutoka nchi gani?
Nchi kuna nchi inaitwa Britain.
Britain ndio walikuwa wamewakamata.
Walikuwa wamewashika mateka. Population yao ni kama 36 million. Ghana wako wengi.
Okay.
Yes, wako wengi.
But we are many.
We are most. Sisi tuko most. The ruins of a nation are in the homes of people.
The ruins of a nation are in the homes of people.
Yes, that's the proverb. Ya kwanza nimeandika, the ruins of a nation are in the homes of the people. Sio baba, ni kali kidogo.
Hiyo hata naweza taka kujua guess wataichambua vipi.
Watangangana bwana. Watu wazima bwana, wana akili zao.
The ruins of a nation are in the homes of people.
Yes.
Could it mean that when a country is in shambles, when a country has got problems, then it is felt at the very core of that country, which is the people of that country?
It does, and also the people of that country, they are fundamental and key to the disruptions of that country.
Right. So the success of the country are also, you can say, found in the homes of people.
That is precise. This is
and the ruins in the homes of people.
Same. Sasa hii coin babu, kutaka kujua coin ambayo ina side mbili ni.
Unaiflip ndio hiyo sasa.
Because these individuals that we see or we hear of, they come from somewhere.
True.
And the people who follow them come from somewhere. And that somewhere is what we are referring to as the homes.
And you know, today, Kwanza, that proverb is very germane to Monday. That total shutdown. So the ruins of Kenya are found in Kenyans' homes.
Yes, it is. Inaanza huko.
In the homes of Kenyans.
Inakuja huko. Na kwa wakati huu, msemo ambao inatia fora sana ni kwamba watu wanasikia uchungu mwingi kuhusikana na hali ya uchumi.
Let me tell you. Like I told you, this weekend we had 3 funerals, yeah? And I can tell you 2 out of those 3, bado kuna bill spending hazijalipwa.
Sio ni uchungu bro.
That's how I know. That, you know, those are the KPIs, if I may use that word.
They are KPIs.
Yes, the key performance indicators of the ruins that people are feeling right now.
See, like this year, I've lost several classmates, people I was with in Form 1. There was Dr. Andrew Kideko, we buried him. There was Oliver Kalemba, that died more or less around the same time.
Yeah.
Now, there's a gentleman called Joshua Uma, he was a civil servant, rose up the ranks of a deputy PS.
Yeah.
He passed away, just as we were putting the weekend. And I have relatives who have passed away as well. So, you find it has not been an easy month for me, this particular month.
Yeah.
Last week was particularly heavy. When somebody who's a classmate and a neighbor at home passes away, dies, and a young one at that, you feel, this is the person who was at the peak of their lives.
Yeah.
This is someone whose life was just beginning. Now, Paul, let me tell you, it doesn't matter how old you get.
Yes.
You never get used to this idea of somebody dying.
No, you don't.
This one?
No, you don't.
No, it still hits you.
Yeah. You know, like I was telling you, as you do this traffic, there's one fundraiser, specific one that I was spearheading. I was in charge of raising funds. Bro, we missed the target by about 30%. City watu wamesota. Acha nikwambie ukweli. Watu wamesota.
Ana pesa.
What kitambo, because I've done these fundraisers before, we like calling them harambes, yeah? I've done these harambes before, and
you surpass targets.
Yeah, actually we even surpass, sometimes we double So if it was 300,000 mnapata 500 600, you know, so even the family of the bereaved wanabaki na kakitu ka kuwasaidia going forward,
kusukuma mbele kidogo,
so that it can, I mean it's not enough, but at least for like a week or two mtasahau mashida,
itawastiri kidogo.
Bro, you umetoka mmezikana na bado mko na madeni, is bad. So two out of 3 of the, so it's that, and when I see this total shutdown Monday thingy,
unajiuliza
bro, acha nikwambie ukweli, mimi na feel wa Kenya, na feel wa Kenya.
Let me tell you, it's painful, and difficult.
It is. All right, let's check out the traffic situation.
Traffic.
Mombasa Road not looking bad at this particular hour. Is it because of total shutdown? I don't know, but you guys are definitely not on the road. Naona Cabanas kuko empty, nikielekea kwa Ideal Ceramics, hiyo barabara yote ikikuja mpaka CBD Manze kuko empty. Aya, Airport North Road, well, hii ni kawaida, naonanga ikiwa hivi kawaida, few pockets of red and yellow. That means that traffic is moving intermittently, but it's moving nonetheless. Then now tuingie Eastlands, my friend. Hii barabara inaitwa Outer Ring. Kawaida. Right now I'll be telling you, pockets of traffic, sijui 5 minutes delay or 2 minutes delay, it's empty. Aya, let's go to the Big Bang. Oh my goodness. Unaona mahali kuna kuanga na drama pale Pangani? It's empty. Yes.
Zero.
Akiangaiba ikendo. Hapa right now I'll be telling you, Kiambu Road imeshikamana, ukikuja pale Mathare Hospital imeshikamana, Pangani imeshikana, ukirudi nyuma Survey kumeshikana, nothing. But it's green, that means there are a few cars on the road, but nonetheless the traffic is almost non-existent. When I go back to Kenyatta University, traffic pia si mbaya sana. Eastern bypass yote iko sawa kabisa, yani iko empty. Let me just be specific. There's literally, I mean, there are cars on the road because it's green. If there was no car, it would be gray. But nonetheless, you know, I can tell you for sure that traffic is almost non-existent. All right.
In Nairobi.
This is Nairobi
What
city.
What about Mombasa city, Nakuru city?
Nilikuwa naangalia pia sehemu za Runda, Ngong Road, nimewambia hakuna shida. Waiyaki Way pia naona ni kama hakuna kitu bwana. What's not happening, guys? All right, let's check out Mombasa city. Mombasa sasa si ndio mumeenda mkalala, hata ni kama hata amko, hata magari mmetoa engine, si ndio? Haya. Mombasa hakuna shutdown. I can see a few pockets of red and yellow, so that means that you're moving. For example, hii barabara inajulikana kama A14. Shida ni sioni jina yake. A14 iko green, kumaanisha kuna magari yanasonga kidogo. Inaitwa Abdel Nasser Road. Thank you. Abdel Nasser Road, it's only one side of the road that has got traffic. Hii sasa ndawambia inaenda wapi? Can I say the one going north? Yeah.
The one going forward.
The one going forward.
Yes.
Iko na traffic kidogo. Biashara street naona ka yellow na ka red, kumaanisha kuna msongamano kidogo, lakini nonetheless everything else is moving quite well. If you see something on the road that you need to know about, well, you know where to find me.
Traffic on Radio Generation.
Mimi nimewambia no matter what you decide to do, please spare magari za watu, please spare property za watu. Msifanye kitu ambacho kinaweza kuumiza watu,
kitu ambacho itadhuru wenzenu.
Na ametutumia hapa picha kadha wa kadha. Hope we can get sound on this one. Okay, we won't get sound, but there is, I don't know which road. Okay, here we go. There are some places where they have lit tires on the road. This is Gitanga Road 46 terminus.
Hiyo barabara wanachoma tairi.
Wanachoma tairi. Alafu pia kuna video nyingine. I believe this is perhaps the same place, yeah? Right. Mani. Nekoru.
Kuna watu wanangojea magari.
Hakuna matatu, my friend.
Pikipiki tunaona
kuna maybe kagari kamoja tuwili tunapita hapo, pikipiki moja mbili,
private cars.
So I don't know if those cars are there to, the pikipikis are there to report on what is happening or what. But yes, it's really bad. It's at 6:40. Like I said, if you're going to participate in this thing, whatever it is, please kindly do not destroy property, do not inconvenience those who want to go to work. Let's remember that we are a democracy. Kuna wenye wanataka kufanya kazi na wengine watafanya maandamano.
Gazeti.
Tuanze na gazeti. Tuanze na hili gazeti la Nairobian. Hii ndio inakuanga na gossip yote sasa hii. Cartel Queen is on the front page. Akinyi's wild and secret life. Yeah. So the saying, former club owner Joyce Akinyi's lovers fell, her business empire crumbled and was written off, and the life sentence she was serving vanished. But after years of narcotics claims, explosive arrests, and 5.6 million heroin case that nearly buried her forever, the woman once branded a drag queen has walked free again, leaving behind furious investigators, shattered reputations, and one haunting question: who really is Joyce Akinyi? So this story is on page 4 and 5. She looks familiar, but I honestly do not know what this story is about. But she honestly looks familiar.
There's a cultural establishment somewhere in near Timor. Okay.
Does this have a name?
Yes, I'm trying to remember the name.
Okay.
Because it was a very, very famous establishment. Live band and the like. I remember once going there to listen to the late Musa Juma, a crooner. Okay. That man used to belt some delightful music.
Yeah.
Yes. It was fairly well known. Deep West was the name of the place.
Deep West.
Deep West. There was a saga around it. And there was a gentleman who was, as the media reported, whose ancestry was Nigerian. There were issues related to business. The discussions then went further. Issues then became related to drugs. It dragged in a certain gentleman who's now a member of parliament in Budalangi called Wanjala.
Okay.
Should we say it got busy? Okay. The others would say it got messy, but when too many things crowd in one space, it's busy, isn't it?
It's busy.
It's got very busy, and the busyness ended up in the young lady being given a certain scholarship by the government.
Okay.
Briefly, as it was. The husband, it was said, the gentleman whose ancestry, again, it was said, was of Nigeria, at some point was asked to return to his country.
Yes.
Yes. Whether it was polite or not, I don't know.
I think I'm beginning to remember the story now. It's sort of coming to my mind now. It's not really complete, but it's sort of coming back. So that is the Akinyi we are talking about, eh?
Yes.
Akinyi. It's all right. Margaret Karungaru Gashagwa confession. My husband died, then my real struggle began. This story is on page 3, eh? Oh, sorry, page 13. How fake divorce papers would beauty. She left America only to find a co-wife. Kuna shida lakini?
Mimi sioni. Unless mtaniambia shida nini.
Umetoka America, uliacha mzee hapa, kaenda. Kurudi unapata mzee amekuwa akipata joto while you are away.
Sema hivi, amejihusisha na usaidizi fulani.
Naam. You know, but I don't understand how the people of your times kept your marriages going despite the distance.
Distance gani?
America and Kenya, for example. I have a neighbor, or rather we used to have a neighbor mwenye used to work in the bank. Then kuna wakati in the 90s bank zilikuwa na shida, then there was mass retrenchment.
Okay, iko hivi, let me talk about the Kenyan situation.
Yeah.
If you worked for the government, local and national, they had the most employees. What would then happen? You'd be moved around as a government employee.
Yes.
Many parents figured this moving around is not helping our kids. Stuck in one place. Some moved with the children. What then happened? Many of us also lived with, many people, those are my parents, they lived with relatives. So the house was full. Okay? But for purposes of conjugal parity,
yes,
there were visits. It's not as though the guy just stayed.
This one I want to tell you about.
You're talking about long distance in the real sense of the word.
Yeah, so
say Mombasa.
No. So say kazi ikakatika ya benki wakati kulikuwa na mass retrenchment, yeah? So
hiyo ni structural adjustment related to shida nyingi.
So this gentleman, the specific man I'm talking about, he relocated to the US to look for greener pastures for his what? Okay, for his family. That guy stayed in the US for decades, probably 3 decades. And after mtoto wake wa mwisho kumaliza university, they reunited. How, City? Tell me how. for like 2-3 decades, you do not see your wife. How do you survive?
You survive.
How?
See, by using survival tactics.
Mimi ati wife yangu ameniacha, ameenda America for life. Na najua huyu kurudi it's another 2 to 3 decades. Ndamwambia fanya hivi bebe, it's okay. I love you, but I love heat more than I will want to experience the cold when you're away. Ndamwambia sasa wewe nenda tu na ujue tu ni hivyo ndivyo imekuwa. So
alienda ng'ambo alikuwa ni dada.
Ni mzee.
Ni mzee.
So and after 20 years
he came back.
No. He relocated the entire family to the States.
Silikuwa anajipanga bro. Takes time.
So that's that as far as the Nairobi is concerned. Daily Nation front page. Kenya risks US sanctions over Russian war. Mercenaries. 2 US lawmakers have introduced bipartisan legislation seeking sanctions and fight for Russia in its war with Ukraine. Citing Ukrainian intelligence, the bill says at least 1,400 citizens from 36 African countries, including Kenya, are fighting alongside Russian forces. So this entire story is on page 4 and 5, yeah? But they're saying these are some of the sanctions that can be imposed. Visa bans, revoking US visas issued to sanctioned persons to allow deportations and denying entry into the US by targeted individuals, blocking of property, president to prohibit all transactions involving a sanctioned foreigner's property and interests in assets in the US or control of an American, trade blockade, president to direct Export-Import Bank of US to freeze credit and insurance to block export of goods or services to a sanctioned individual or foreign government. American loans freeze, economic blockade. That means that the president can direct the US executive directors to all international financial institutions to oppose loans that would benefit a sanctioned foreigner or foreign government. And last but not least, procurement ban. US government prohibited from procuring or signing contracts for procurement of goods and services from blacklisted foreign government or persons. Bwana wanataka kujistress.
Wajua? Sisi ndio tunaona ni stress. Wanaohusika mimi sioni kama
wanaelewa.
Fikra zao zinaambatana na haya ambayo umeyataja. Look, the very process of living must entertain some elements of stress. Hatufanye nini? Simply coming across something you're unfamiliar with. Nothing adverse, just unfamiliar with, will cause some stress. Not overwhelming, but stress nonetheless, until you get used to it.
Yeah.
Yes.
Protest over high fuel prices set to disrupt public transport. Wanasema operators of public service vehicles have called a strike today, demanding government action after record fuel price hikes announced last Thursday pushed the cost of a litre of diesel up by 46 shillings.
Yes, sorry, diesel nimeleta shida.
Lecturers and university staff to receive long-awaited 3.9 billion salary arrears. All right. Why allocations to Hustler Fund seized? Budget estimates tabled in Parliament show there is no allocation for the flagship program in the next financial year, with officials saying it will instead be funded through loan repayments. So if you have a Hustler Fund, you better pay. Otherwise, if you don't pay, someone is definitely not going to get that money. Lakini pia hao kwa wamefikiria hivi kitambo. Hiki ilikuwa inafaa kuwa self sufficient.
Shida ya kwamba hayo tunayasikia. There are snippets of truth to it. There are many issues that are never really brought to the fore.
Yeah.
And those who are asked to comment on the issues will comment. And they will tell the side which they understand better.
Yeah.
Or the side which suits the purposes of the side they have taken on this particular matter.
Okay.
So ukweli iko mbali na maneno haya.
Raila Jr. joins Winnie in taking on Mbadi. Son of Raila Odinga vows to defend his family against unwarranted attacks and urges warring ODM factions to reconcile. What did Mbadi again? Give me guys.
Matamshi yao mengi alikuwa ni Kijaluo, hizi rali za ambazo zinakuepo katika hizo eneo ambazo Wakenya wanaoitwa Wajaluo wanaishi ni siasa. Kuna Mbadi began by telling off Ruth Odinga, stop lecturing them on blah, 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 blah.
So wait, Mbadi told Ruth Odinga?
Yes, she did. And Ruth Odinga responded.
Yes.
And said, you do not know what happened after the 82 coup. Anybody the name Odinga was targeted. I had to leave Kenya via Uganda.
This is Ruth now.
Yes, and I ended up in Norway, Oslo. Okay? Said, the things you talk about problems, you probably watch in a movie. I said, said, I lived the thing. You don't know what, you have no idea what the lived experience was.
Yeah.
Winnie Asada has had things to say. Mbadi is trying to cut, my opinion, a niche for himself in Luo politics. In such matters, it is good that you garner the support of the people who are from the same region as you. His is Homa Bay County.
Yes.
Okay? But Homa Bay County has other people as well. Gladys Wanga, is vocal, is known. Raymond Omolo is very quiet and silent, but an extremely powerful person, comes from that same place.
Yes.
Peter Kaluma comes from that same county.
County, yeah.
Yes. But he comes from that same county. So he can speak, and some of the things he says make a heck of a lot of sense. But this kingpin, cheap thing, perhaps these politicians would rethink. Are we in the era of kingpins in the tradition of the old idea of kingpins, or are we in a different dispensation? I wish that Mbadi would understand the situation well and study it for his own benefit, because he is be endearing some people to himself, but he's ostracizing a great many more. Raila has not been dead for 10 years, Buana. Okay? Any attack on his family cannot be viewed nicely. It does not matter what you say.
Yeah.
Because people like myself believe that were it not for Raila, Mbadi would never have risen politically.
Okay.
Yes. So, again, this is politics, and I understand the need for you to grandstand so that you can have a position. But charting your own path does not mean that you point fingers at others and demean their positions. That particular foundation is a shaky one to build a political career.
Yeah.
Yes.
Aye. Over to you.
I want to start with the paper I never start with, the East African. And I'm going to look at just bang in the middle of the paper. Somalia polls crisis deepens. Donor led by EU and UK express concern over the falling out in Mogadishu after Mahmoud extended presidential mandate to 2027 amid stiff opposition from rivals. Yes, this is a path that politics will follow, and this is a path that a country must follow in order to understand how it is they want to relate to their form of democracy. And then there's a picture of 4 individuals, and they are in Kigali. And what are they doing? They're attending the Africa CEO Forum. Okay, there's a picture of the president of Rwanda, Paul Kagame, welcoming his Nigerian counterpart Bola Tinubu and other dignitaries to the Africa CEO Summit 2026, May 14th. May 14th ilikuwa tu. Okay.
The other day.
So East Africa, we look at this paper in greater details. Things are popping.
Yes.
Why don't we look at the Business Daily? And again, I'm going bang in the middle of the paper.
All right.
KPC directors divided over Uganda role in CEO hiring. What are they saying? Kampala representatives yet to join board. 2. A section of the board wants recruitment of firms. Next boss paused.
Wait a minute.
Kenya Pipeline.
So the Kenya Pipeline board has a problem because of why?
Cracks are emerging in the boardroom of Kenya Pipeline Company over whether the firm should have initiated the recruitment of a new managing director, unit number 1, without a fully constituted board that includes Uganda's representatives.
Okay.
KPC board last week put out an advertisement seeking to recruit a managing director following the resignation of Joe Sang just weeks after the company's shares started trading on the National Securities Exchange.
So basically what we are saying is that the Ugandan person has not come to the Kenyan side. See, they're supposed to be a board member.
No, members, they're supposed to be representatives. The percentage that Uganda has bought in KPC, the representatives are many. It's one of those situations where
they were supposed to be 2.
Yes, 2.
And then above that, they decide who's going to be chairman. Or is it chairman or it's or CEO? They have to decide something. CEO, eh?
Yes.
So CEO can be Kenyan, he can be Ugandan.
The thing is this, I never tax my head on these things. You know why? It will unravel. This is kichwa. Mambo yao. This is just to brief the public that partnership is solid.
But perhaps the problem we are facing as Kenyans could be stemming all the way back to KPC, because we are in BSCT ni explain like I'm a 2-year-old. Diesel inapandaje na 46 shillings.
All right, you want me to explain to you this
like I'm a child,
as though you are a child.
And don't tell me gugu gaga.
I was actually going to go to kuchi kuku.
Buju buju.
Well, I was going to ask you, do you know 2-year language kweli?
Buju buju mafuta buju buju 46 buju buju. Okay.
I trust that you want me to talk to you like you're a 15-year-old.
Like okay, let's go with 15. I was going to say 10, but 15 is fine.
Look,
yeah.
When you have ownership of a company, those who own it have representatives on the board. This is what is being discussed here. Now, the board members from the Ugandan side, because they also bought portions of the Kenya Pipeline Company, have not come on board. This essentially is the discussion, all right? When they will come, how they will come, that one we will wait and see. Sindio?
Yes, we shall wait and see.
Adani snubs Kenyan talks as US drops bribery case. Adani had been...
This same guy.
Adani in, Adani out.
Kwani hakuna mali anaenda?
No, he's actually a businessman. He has had issues. But
I know.
That guy was blown out of the waters because the push against him was serious.
Okay.
It reminds me of Aesop's fables, the boy who cried wolf. Head in the sand is the bang in the paper headline of the Standard.
Right.
As public anger grows over the record fuel price spike, President William Ruto and his energy CS, Opio and I, have buried their heads in the sand, hoping the matter will resolve itself. How do you know this? But transport operators have vowed to paralyze travel across the country today to force a response. Warning that rising fuel costs, heavy taxation and unstable pricing have made operation unsustainable. I am in complete agreement with you. In the meantime, the president has flown out of the country while senior officials remain detached. I'm giving my commentary. Commenting.
You think it's wise, eh?
I'm commenting.
Carry on.
He has gone to sort out the matter. Yes.
Okay.
We don't produce oil.
I know it.
Hii shida inatokea mali nyingine. So ameenda huko sort out kitu.
Ameenda Saudi Arabia.
Wait, can you do the
ameenda Qatar?
Look, out of the country for the time being. Hiyo inatosha.
Okay. Lakini ulizaje president ameenda wapi haswa?
Issuing conflicting explanations and defending contested fuel import policies.
Okay.
This is me ignoring you. Asking Kenyans struggle.
I actually thought you were going to read where he has gone.
No, I'm ignoring you.
Okay, so acha niangalie president ameenda wapi.
As Kenyans struggle with soaring commodity prices, electricity bills, school fees and unemployment, critics question why the man in charge of the country's finances appears more visible in political rallies and ODM wars. This is a political analyst, Charles Nyambuga. Let me just mention one thing in passing.
Actually, the president is in Azerbaijan. I thought I saw this somewhere on X. So he's currently in Azerbaijan attending the 13th session of the World Urban Forum.
But hata hao jamaa kuna oil. Ili ujue.
Okay.
Sasa iko hivi many of the things that bedevil us have to do with taxes.
Yes.
The people who push our government to levy these burdensome taxes are World Bank, IMF. And the reason is because we've borrowed from them and we want to borrow more. The government on its part doesn't make it clear what it is they have done with the money they have borrowed.
Okay.
So Kenyans in their puzzlement respond angrily. If a little truth were told, perhaps there'd be anger at first, an outburst, and then people realize that we've been told the truth as they see it, and that is easier to bear.
Yeah.
Followed by another truth of what we plan to do to solve it. But if that is not coming, it'll just be anger that is unbridled.
Yes.
And that is never good for a country.
So I want us to take a short break, get into the news, and then when we come, nataka tusalimie watu wenye wako kwa YouTube, akina Bruce Lee, akina Simon Ndiati, akina JB Mutua. JB Mutua amesema kwanza yeye anakuanga hapa, ni venye anakuanga in the background. So Zana Mutua kaze. Don't go too far. We shall also be giving you updates as far as this Matatus shutdown is concerned. Transportation shutdown is concerned. So we'll be giving you regular updates as they reach our desk. Meanwhile, here is the news.
This is the Radio Generation News.
Good morning, I'm Winnie Maganga. DCI detectives have arrested a woman linked to a fake gold scam that allegedly conned an American investor of about 55.7 million Kenya shillings. Police say the suspect Mildred Kache, also known as Sabrina Aisha, and an accomplice promised to supply 400 kilograms of gold bars to the foreign investor. Authorities say the victim transferred the money after agreements and negotiations were completed, but the gold was never delivered and the suspects disappeared. Investigations later led detectives to Crystal Villas in Kilimani, where Mildred Kache was arrested while her accomplice escaped. A family in Kiritiri, Mbere South constituency in Embu County is mourning the death of their 27-year-old daughter following a suspected acid attack. Jacqueline Wanjiru died after suffering severe burns during the incident, which reportedly happened early Saturday morning as she was traveling on a boda to Kiritiri Market. Her family is calling for a speedy probe into the tragedy.
Kidogo wakati wanaenda kuovertake, wakaenda wakaslow down. Kwenda kuslow down, moja kwa moja niliona kitu kimeruswa. Saidi sasa, huyu mwenye nilikuwa nimebeba, kikakuja kikamugonga. Labu hiyo ingine kanimwagikia saidi na ikamwagika hapa mbele.
Sasa vile nilitoka kwa ward kufika hapa nikapata Jackie ameaga. Jackie sijaisikia akiwa na mambo mambaya.
Wafuatilia hii case juu inaniuma sana. Ni mtoto nimelea, nimesomeza. Ako na mtoto mmoja, sio mwesikia ni wa umri wa chini.
Leaders allied to Kenya Kwanza administration and their ODM counterparts have accused the opposition of using the rising fuel prices to incite Kenyans against the government. Speaking during a fundraising event at Bandari Salama in Kilifi County, the leaders said the increase in fuel prices was largely linked to the ongoing conflict in the Middle East and the rising global oil prices. They also called on church leaders across the country to hold special prayers for peace in the Middle East, saying the conflict has worsened the cost of living.
Maneno ya vita iweze kupungua, ndio mafuta karama iweze kwenda chini. Tuombe vita kule nchi za ngambo ziweze Iran na dunia ingine iweze kuacha kupigana, tupate mafuta kwa bei nafuu.
Kwa sababu nimeona wengine wanachukua video ya zamani ya William Samoei Ruto akizungumza na akisema ya kwa njia ya kupunguza bei ya mafuta ni lazima tupunguze ushuru. Sasa mimi najiuliza, wakati mnatoa na video hiyo, kwa nini hamutoi ile video akiweka sahihi ya kwa aliweza kupunguza ushuru wakati mafuta yalikuwa yameweza kupanda bei?
Safina Party leader Jimmy Wanjigi has reiterated that he will run for president in the next year's general election, saying he remains focused on his journey to State House. Speaking on Citizen TV, Wanjigi said he began his presidential bid in 2022 and has no plans of backing down, expressing confidence that he will become Kenya's 6th president.
I started a journey in 2022 and I have not stopped. I am on course to become Kenya's 6th president. All the way. Have no doubt about it. Have no doubt about it.
The United Arab Emirates said a drone strike had triggered a fire near its nuclear power station on Sunday, calling the incident a dangerous escalation. Officials are investigating the source of the strike. The country's defense ministry said 3 drones had entered the UAE from the western border direction, while 2 were intercepted. The third drone struck on an electrical generator outside the inner perimeter of the Baraka nuclear power plant in Abu Dhabi, sparking a fire. And that's the truth on Radio Generation. Good morning, I'm Winnie Maganga.
The views and opinions expressed on this program are those of the guests and do not necessarily reflect the views of Radio Generation. Radio Generation assumes no responsibility or liability for the interviewee's views. This is Radio Generation. In the beginning, there was morning radio. But now there is Radio Generation's The People's Breakfast, curious and bold, getting facts from the shadows.
That's what it is.
Now, as the city wakes and secrets stir, a bright new voice shines. The People's Breakfast, your morning, your voice, your journey. Good morning.
Good morning, my neighbor.
Welcome to the home of hard truths and bold insights, Radio Generation.
Welcome back indeed. It is now 6 minutes past 7 o'clock. How are you doing? My name is Mungala Mbuvi and this is the People's Breakfast, the home of hard truths and bold insights. In Nairobi, it's 88.8 FM. Mombasa is 90.7. And in Garissa, it's 89.5. City Muga is in studio here with me. City yote nisalimia watu wawili hapa, watatu, wanne, maybe hata watano. JB Muto amesema good morning Mbuvi and City, wishing you a great week. Greetings from New Jersey. Empress Talia, good morning kings and queens. Have a fine day. Kitengela iko locked. JB Muto amesema Mbuvi, I'm always here in the background. Thank you sana. Willis Juma, good morning Mbuvi and City. I'm also waiting to see if all Matatus will be on strike today. Well, news reaching us, ladies and gentlemen, is that some places such as Kaangware ni kama kumeanza kukaa vibaya. Thika Road pia kumekaa vibaya zaidi, and you know, it's again unconfirmed, but a few pictures and videos, photos we're getting indicate that perhaps it would be very wise to just stay at home. But that is according to where I am in the studio. You make the judgment for yourself while you're out there and see if it is worth the risk to venture out, okay? Abdi Ahmed ameandika message na akadelete, but tumekusalimia Abdi nonetheless. Washuka Mugo amesema good morning City and Movie tuko locked in. Thank God for trains which have saved us today with the Matatus strike. Oh, trains are not part of the strike, eh?
Train ngumu sana, bro.
They are not part of the Transport Association.
Utaweka road block wapi?
Utaweka train block. Aya, alafu tuko na Willis Juma. Mbuvi mazee, unakuwa na 2000 without any wastage inaisha with hours. Fuel unapiga 500. Ni ukweli bana, ni kubaya. Danson Kenywa ameandika message, imepotelea wapi tena. Amesema good morning City and Mbuvi. John Kipip amesema Deep West. Amekukumbusha Deep West, eh? Abdi Hamid amesema very good morning to City and Mungala. Your dedication and consistency continue to make Radio Generation a top choice for listeners. Thank you so much Abdi. Amesema wishing you a wonderful show and a blessed day ahead. The Kikombe amekuja akasema a 3-bedroom house in Mamboleo Kisumu costs around 7 million. With 1 billion you can build 142 homes. That's a full estate. Kenya, the livestock you don't count will be sold in your name. Donge is very true. And then of course, my take 2.0 amesema, why do we always behave as if Raila was God? I was his supporter, but his hero worshipping needs to stop. Raila needed people as much as people needed him. Without our support, he would be nothing. Sawa. Hizo zingine mtanikubalia niziseme baadaye. The nation is tearing apart according to Clinton Sereti. All right. In this particular hour, like City had alluded earlier, we want to remember the Solai Dam tragedy. Now, if you've been following the show keenly, City has been talking about Solai for the last couple of weeks. So today, on 18th of May, is when this particular tragedy took place. It was in 2018, right?
2018. What happens is this. It followed very many tragedies that had happened in Kenya. But this one in particular was caused by rainfall.
Yeah.
An excessive amount of rainfall.
Right.
It affected Kenya, Somalia, Ethiopia, and Uganda, not Kenya alone. In the wake of these rains, which was followed by a very severe drought,
yes,
and this began in March 2018, 1 million people were displaced across those 4 countries.
Yeah.
170 people died before these rainfalls actually hit Solai, Nakuru County.
Okay.
2 nights before the tragedy, the actual tragedy, they say, occurred on the 9th, okay?
Yeah.
It had rained and rained. Now, the thing about such rain, it leaves a mark in its wake. You find electricity poles. Dam had a capacity for, say, 6 or 200,000 liters of water. When you have such rains, you suddenly find that you are talking about, say, that particular capacity increasing 100-fold.
Yeah.
Now, that dam was not meant to retain or contain that amount of water. So the pressure in one way or the other was going to overwhelm it. But remember, when water is coming downhill, it picks with it debris. Electricity poles.
Takataka, name it, kila kitu.
Boulders, siati, jiwe, boulders, and it comes down. Na kama kuna mteremko, this particular water got to be around 5 feet high. As it was coming, ilikuwa inakuja. So anything in its wake, whether it was a school, whether it was a building, whether it was flowers, whether
a vehicle,
it just went on right into the village.
Yeah.
When I visited the village, I asked them, there's a village called Energy. I said, where did the name Energy come from? Nyakinyo, I understand. I grew up in Nakuru, so I know about the Nyakinyo women. These are women who used to go and sing to Kenyatta, and they were located land. So, but I said Energy. I was told Energy comes from. There were people from at that time it was Kenya Power and Lighting, but it was Kenyan when they were prospecting for geothermal. They lived there.
Okay.
That's where the name Energy came from. Okay. Now, this tragedy is unique in this sense. It occurred in a spot of a property that was owned by a businessman called Mansukh Patel. People worked on his farm, cut flowers and many other things that this particular farm produced. So the tragedy involved people who worked there as well as the villagers in the environs.
Okay.
Now, what I decided that we should do as we mark this week of anniversary of the tragedy is to ask 2 people to come and talk about what happened.
Yeah.
But more importantly, the thing we never discussed, the aftermath. After the tragedy occurred, what happened in that course? There were court cases. The owner of the property was taken to court. What happened then? And thereafter, what happened to the families who were bereaved? What about those who lost their property? What became of them? Because this is a story that we never get to tell. Yes.
With us in studio, we have 2 survivors of the Solai Dam tragedy. Tabitha Wanjeda. Tabitha, good morning. Welcome to Radio Generation.
Good morning.
And then we also do have Philip Koech. Philip, good morning and welcome to Radio Generation.
Morning to
you. Yeah. Let me start with the lady because wanasemanga ladies first. Tabitha, kama unaweza kumbuka that day, ulikuwa wapi? Where were you?
Nilikuwa kwa nyumba. Wakati nilikuwa kwa nyumba, ilikuwa
naweza kuomba karibia tu mbele kidogo.
Ilikuwa masaa ya sapa. Na nilikuwa mtoto wangu alikuwa mdogo. So nilikuwa natengeneza sapa. Nikasikia sauti ikikuja, mgurumo kubwa sana. So vile nilifanya, nilitoka hata sikutoa chakula jikoni nisikilize mgurumo inatoka wapi. Vinye nilitoka nikasikia bado hiyo mgurumo ni kubwa. So nikatoka nikauliza bwana yangu ni nini inaendelea. Akaniambia I think hiyo ni damu yenye eka 7. I think wanaitaga hapo hivyo. So wakati tulitoka nilishindwa tutaenda saidi gani ama tutafanya aje, juu kwangu ni karibu na barabara. So nilishika mtoto mkono nikakimbia naye nikapanda juu, nikakutana na mtu mwingine akaniambia pana, tusiende pande, tutakufa. So wakati nilirudi tu kama nimeshika mtoto yangu mkono, tukaenda juu sasa nilistuka. Nilianguka safari ya kwanza, nikaamuka, nikakimbia kidogo, nikakimbia tena, nikaanguka. Ya 3 mtoto akaangalia nyuma, akaniambia maji, ndio hii maji. So vyenye nilisema sasa yangu imefika mwisho. Niliambia mtoto, wewe kibia kama utaweza. Saa hiyo niko chini, mtoto nikamwambia aende kabisa na asiniangalie tena, aende tu. So nikafanya nini, ninasemaga kama wewe ni mabaki ya Mungu huwezi kufa. So maji yenye ilikuja ya kwanza ilinipikaga ikiwa kama matope juu nilikuwa nimejaa matope. Ikakuja lakini hikunipeleka chini, ilinipeleka kando. Wakati nilienda kando sasa, nilifikiria nikiwa chini vyenye hiyo maji itakuja ianze kunilola. Lakini hiyo haikuwa mpango ya Mungu. So niliona nimeweza kuamka na nikaanza bio. Wakati huo magoti yangu ilikuwa imejaa maji, nikwa hadi saa hii magoti bado iko na kasoro tu. Nikakibia nikakuta wamama wakaniuliza ni nini inaendelea. Nikawaambia ndio hii maji nyuma yetu. So vyenye walikuja, I think wengi hawakunijua juu nilikuwa na matope. Nguo yenye nilikuwa nimevaa ilikuwa imeraruka nyuma, sikuwa najua. Blouse yenye nilikuwa na nilikuwa nakibia na kiatu moja. So moja ilikuwa imetoka. So wakati nilienda nikafika, nilikuta pikipiki pahali. Na sasa unajua sasa akili zimeenda. Nikapanda juu ya hiyo pikipiki, wakaniuliza nini, nikawaambia nataka mtoto yangu. So penye walinipeleka kituo ya kwanza, nilienda police station, nikaenda nikakuta kuna mtoto yangu. Nikawa kama mtu amechanganyikiwa kabisa. So nikatoka hapo, kuna askari wenye tulikuwa tunajuana nao kitambo. So wakasema nisiachiliwe niende. Lakini mimi niliwaeza, nikatoka nikaenda. Juu sasa nilikuwa nafikiria mtoto yangu maybe amebebwa na hiyo maji. So wakati nilirudi, nilianza kurudi na uimagine nguo zimeraruka na sioni na sijui. Okay, wakati nilirudi nikakuta mtu mwingine akageuza Nissan, akaniambia nipande. So vyenye nilipanda, nilisikia wengine wenye walikuwa kwa hiyo Nissan wakisema, muna imagine hadi Wajira amekufa. Okay, vyenye niliwaangalia nikanyamaza, hawakuwa wananijua juu nilikuwa nimejaa matope kwa kichwa. So nikarudi, vyenye nilirudi.
Sasa wanakutaja ukiwa na wao tu hapo?
Kwa gari.
Okay.
Sasa vyenye nilirudi sasa ikawa morning. Morning hiyo ndio nilikuwa nasikia watu wakiniambia, guy, ati uko na matope, nguo imeraruka. Sikuwa najua, by the way. Atajua sikuwa naona kama ina light vyenye inakuja. Nilikuwa naonaga kama inatoka south. Hivyo ikitoka north to south hivyo. Juu nilikuwa nimechanganyikiwa kabisa. For one, sijaona mtoto, sijui yako wapi. Sikuwa najua yako wapi. Second, nilikuwa sasa hivyo nimechanganyikiwa. Juu nilikutanaga na wasichana wengine, mama yao alikuwa best yangu, wakaniuliza, ujue nilikuwa wasimu kabisa, wakaniuliza umeona mama yetu? Nikawaambia nimemuona. Wakaniuliza ako wapi? Nikamwambia sehemu place nyingine inaitwa Costa Rica.
Ulikuwa umemuona?
Sikuwa nimemuona. Si nimekuwa wasimu sasa, hakuna chenye ninajua.
Okay.
So wakafurahi, wasichana walifurahi sana, wakaanza kuambiana ati tumeambiwa mama yetu ako Costa Rica. So mimi nakuchanganyikiwa kwangu, sikuwa najua nini ama nini, by the way. Kurudi sasa vyenye sasa kukawa kama kitu 6 hivyo. Ndio sasa tulirudi tukaanza kupanda kwenye tulikuwa tunaishi. Tukakuta hakuna manyumba, hakuna nini. Sasa kuko hivyo. Kwenye tulikuwa tunakaa kulikuwa na mtaro kubwa sana. I think kuna maji ilikuwa inapitaga hapo kitambo. So ndio maybe hiyo maji ilikuja ikachimba hiyo nini? Mtaro. Ilikuwa kubwa sana. So ungeingia ungeonekana. Sasa tukakaa hivyo kama tumechanganyikiwa. Kukaja watu wengi sana, Red Cross. Wakakuja sasa wakaanza kutuambia vyenye tutafanya. Walitupeleka kwa kanisa ingine ya AIC. Wenye walitupeleka huko wakaona sio kuzuri juu for one hakuna macho nini hivyo. Walikuwa na hao Red Cross walikuwa wanataka kutupea tent. Tukakaa hapa kiasi, afu sasa tukachukuliwa tukapelekwa Solai Boys.
Na hii wakati wote bado hujapata mtoto?
Wakati huu sasa nimepata mtoto, lakini hawezi kutembea juu ya hiyo baridi ilimuumiza.
Okay. Lakini aliweza kupata usaidizi?
Uko kuliletwa madaktari wa Red Cross, I think. Walikuja, walikuwa wanatusaidia.
Na ulitaja mzee hapo awali. Mzee naye alikuwa wapi?
Okay. Mzee naye alikimbia, huyu ni neiba yangu. Alikimbia wakaingia kwa kanyumba. Nyumba zilikuwa ine lento ine. Wakaingia kwa moja. So hiyo ilikuja ikagawa na katikati, mbili zikaenda zikabaki mbili. Akiwa kwa hiyo moja. So yeye aliwachwa tu hai na familia ya huyu.
So mzee pia aliponea?
Alipona.
Okay. Bwana Koech.
Yes.
Wewe na ulikuwa wapi usiku?
In fact nashukuru kwanza hii redio yenu. Nimefurahi sana kukutualika. Na Mungu awabariki.
Asante.
In fact nikikumbuka hiyo siku ni kama ilifanyika jana. Bado inanisumbua mpaka saizi. Hiyo siku nilikuwa nyumbani. Nilikuwa na familia yangu yote, lakini kuna kijana mmoja hakuweko. Alikuwa ametoka nje, unajua vijana wanatembeaga. Alikuwa ameenda kucheza pool. Kwa shopping center kwa tu hapo karibu. Sasa nikasikia mgurumo. Hapo awali nilikuwa nikiishi na my uncle. Kulikuwa na mto, kuna mto karibu na kwa my uncle. Sasa maji ilikuwa inajaga kutoka mbali, ikijaa inakuja inateremka. Hakuna mvua pande hii, lakini ikijaa inateremka. Sasa hiyo sauti nilikuwa nayo, yani ilikuwa imekolea kwa akili zangu.
Okay.
Sasa niliposikia hiyo sauti nikajua hiyo ni maji. Na tulikuwa tumesikia fununu ya kwamba kuna demi inaliki huko juu. Sasa nikaambia jamii yangu tutoke, sababu hiyo ni maji. Wakasita kidogo, akasema hapana, hiyo si maji. Tulikuwa tunaangalia kipindi, unajua siku hiyo kulikuwa na kipindi inaitwa kumkumbagia.
Najua kumkumbagia.
Yeah. Sasa bibi yangu alikuwa anapenda sana hiyo kipindi. Tulikuwa tumependa hiyo kipindi.
Si ilikuwa inakuja hapo after news?
After news. Sasa nikamwambia hapana, hiyo imezidi, tutokeni. In fact tulichukua tu, nilikuwa nimetoka bafu. Tukachukua watoto na wajukuu yangu mmoja. Tukatoka. Kufika pale nimejenga kuna rentals 4.
Okay.
Pale mbele. Kuna moja iko imekamilika. Na kuna moja ilikuwa na salon. Na kaduka fulani. Kufika hapo tukaona tumesahau kifunguu. Nikaambia bibi, akasema turudie kifunguu wapi? Nikamwambia pana, maji imekaribia. Tuingiende kwa hii yenye haina milango. Tujikinge hapo tuone kama tuta survive. In fact tuliingia hapo. In fact bwana ya huyu alikuwa amefika naye pia. Alikuwa ametoka kwake amefika hapo. Na kulikuwa na mtoto ya jirani pia alikuwa anatoka shopping. Akaona
weka tu silent.
Haya, akaona ajikinge naye pia hapo. Tulikuwa watu kama 12 hapo. Mimi na mke wangu na watoto wangu wote. Mmoja tu ndiye hakuweko.
Okay.
So maji ilipoingia ikakonga, tukasikia pop. Ikafagia, kwa bahati mzuri tu ikafagia ile nyumba, zile rentals mbili ziko pande ile ya ilikuwa pande ya right. Tukabaki na hizo rentals zenye zijakamilika, ilikuwa imeweka mabati.
Zilikuwa nyumba zina gani? Za mawe ama okay, za mawe. Okay.
Maji ikapita huku na nyingine ikapita pande, ikang'oa post ya stima ilikuwa hapo. Tunasema tu ni Mungu, sababu kuna mawe ilikuwa imekuja. Sorry.
Hakuna shida. Yeke tu silent ndio hata akipiga tena.
Yeah, sawa. Nika silent. Sawa. Sasa maji ikapitia upande huu, in fact ilikuwa juu sana. Kitu kama futi 5-6. Kwa juu. Ikang'oa post. Mawe kulikuwa mawe mkubwa ilikuja kufika nyuma ya nyumba. Ikasema hiyo ndio ilisaidia. Na Mungu pia.
Okay.
Maji kapita pandi na kapita pandi.
So maana hiyo jiwe ile kubwa ndio
ile jiwe kubwa ilikuja ikasimama hapo nyuma ya nyumba.
So maji ilikuwa inagonga
inazunguka hivi. Hiyo ni Mungu.
Hiyo ni Mungu kweli.
Yeah. Sasa kuna kijana wangu mmoja, yule nilikuwa nakwambia alikuwa ameenda kucheza pool. Huyo ndio alipata lift ya maji. Akabebwa na maji akapelekwa akateremshwa chini ya shule. In fact Mungu alimsaidia tu akashikilia kwa mti ya kahawa. Sababu hapo kuna kahawa zimepandwa hapo Nyakenywa. Akajishikilia hapo. Hapo ndio alikuja sasa maji wakati ilipotulia. Ndio sasa watu wakampata hapo. Wakamchukua, alikuwa amejaa matope, hata alikuwa jielewi. Nguo zimetoka zote. Sasa ndio akapeleka.
Alikuwa uchi wa mnyama.
Uchi wa mnyama. Watu wengi walikuwa uchi wa mnyama.
Yaani maji ilimbeba mpaka ikaenda na nguo.
Kila kitu, hata sijui ilitoka aje nguo. Hiyo maji sijui ilitoa aje nguo. Na si yeye peke yake, wengi walikuwa wametoka, walikuwa uchi.
Hii kitu ilifanyika usiku.
Ilifanyika usiku. Kitu kama saa 2. Kitu kama saa 2.
Hata mimi naweza kuwa confused.
Bro, umefunikwa na matope. Hata kutambulika ni ngumu.
Ni ngumu.
Because bado wanaona matope ikitembea ikuja karibu na wao. Si ngumu hiyo. Niulize, ulisema kikundi cha Red Cross walikuja. Nani tena walikuja katika wakati huo ya shida hizi mlimokuwa mkipata?
Kuna hawa wanajiita lion crabs.
Lion walikuja?
Pia hawa walikuja. Tuseme kulikuja watu wa aina nyingi sana.
Wengi.
Wishers pia walikuja.
Kwa wakati huo hatungeelewa ni akina nani wamekuja.
Mlikuwa bado mmechanganyikiwa?
Tulikuwa unaona tulikuwa tunakaa dakika 5 mnaitwa huko pande hii. Mnakaa zingine 2 pande hii tena mnaitwa. Na mnaambiwa muandike majina yenu. So niseme mimi kama nilikaa kama siku 5 sijajielewa kabisa. Hadi wakati hao madaktari wa Red Cross walikuwa wanakuja, wakikuuliza kitu hujui utasema nini. So wenye nilitambua kabisa ni hao lion tu walikuja. Okay, na hao tu Red Cross walitusaidia sana kwanza. Juu nakumbuka kama sikuwa na jacket, kuna mtu aliniletea skati nikafaa. Na huyo wa Red Cross moja akanipea jacket juu sikuwa na sweta wakati huo. So watu kama hao ndio tulitabua walitusaidia sana.
Tabitha, wewe ulipoteza nini? Mali yako ile ulipoteza ni nini?
Hakuna kitu nilibaki nacho. Property zangu zote. Hakuna kitu chenye nilibaki nacho.
Philip,
wewe
ulibakisha nini?
In fact ni hiyo kanyumba tu yenye nilizokoa, hiyo nyumba hiyo room 2 tu ndio ilibaki. Otherwise mali yangu yote. Kila kitu ilienda.
Ulikuwa na wanyama?
Siko na wanyama.
So uko na mifugo?
Siko na mifugo.
Okay. Tabitha, ulikuwa na mifugo?
Kuku peke yake.
Kuku hao walienda, walibebwa na maji. Kuku wangapi? Ama tu ni wale wa kawaida wa?
Ni wale tu wa kawaida wa kukula.
Sasa kuna mtu yote wa serikali alikuja kukaa na nyinyi akawaelezea kile kimefanyika na what to expect after that? Kama ni chief, sub chief, county commissioner, kuna mtu yoyote alikuja, serikali si politician, kuna mtu wa serikali alikuja kuelezea kile kimetendeka na ni nini kitafanyika zaidi hapo?
Unajua kwa wakati huo kulikuwa na rumors nyingi, propaganda nyingi. Kulikuwa kwanza kuna watu walikuwa tuambia tuende vienye tunaweza enda kwa Muhindi, tukate maproti huko. Okay. So kwa wakati huo kulikuwa na mambo mingi sana. So na tungechukua hatua kama hiyo. Juu naona kama ni kwa serikali, mtu kama chief sasa ni vienye atawaambia hapana msifanye hivi, mkae hivi, tugoje hivi. Walikuwa na tufidi hivyo.
Okay.
So, lakini kulikuja watu wengine kama watu wa human right. Na by the way hao watu wakati hiyo kisanga ikawa sijai kuona mtu wa human right ametusaidia kwa wakati huo.
Philip, wewe kuna mtu wa serikali alikuja kuambia hapa ni watu wa human rights?
In fact Honorable Matiang'i alikuja asubuhi.
That time alikuwa minister wa interior.
Alikuwa minister wa interior. Alikuja asubuhi akatuongelesha. In fact tukasanywa tukapelekwa kwa kanisa fulani kwa hapo AIC, nafikiri ni AIC. Tukasanywa hapo watu wa energy. Tulikuwa wachache sana. tukapelekwa pale kwa unjua, wengine walikuwa wametawanyika. Tukapelekwa pale kanisani tukaongeleshwa.
Wachache mlikuwa kama watu wangapi hivi?
Ingefika 20.
Okay.
Ingefika 20. Lakini unajua sasa watu walikuwa wametawanyika.
Yes.
Wengine wamekufa. Sasa tukapelekwa Solai Boys. Kufika Solai Boys tukaanza kukua, namba ikaanza ku-increase. Sasa unajua Kenya venye wako.
Wa Kenya ni watu wa ajabu.
Kenya ni watu wa ajabu sana.
Wengine hata wako wakaazi wako,
wengine hata walitoka karibu Subukia juu ya maji ya Ikudemu huku. Wengine wakatoka Banita, mahali panaitwa kuna sehemu
inaitwa Banita. Wengi wenye walikuwa wanakuja ni mtu mwenye, unajua wakati huo kulikuwa na mvua kubwa like sasa venye iko. Sasa wengi wenye walikuwa wanakuja ni mwenye aliamka akakuta kwake nje ni wet. Anakibia shule na anaandikwa.
Okay.
Ndio tukawa wengi, kukawa na by the way wenye ni fake. Ndio sasa walikuwa wabaya sana.
Wabaya kivipi?
Sasa hata wengi wameweka kesi kotini saizi.
Au fake wenye Tabitha anaita fake.
Yeah.
Okay.
Kwa nini wanaitwa fake, kwa nini Tabitha?
Si wenye waliamka watapata kwa ni wewe.
Sasa mzee mtu ametoka sehemu kama kitu kama Kisubukia. Juu ya damu, juu ya damu.
Sio karibu.
Ni juu ya damu. Si hata karibu, ni juu ya damu.
Yes. Wao hawakuwa na hiyo shida.
Hawakuwa na hiyo shida.
Yes.
Mwingine ametoka mahali panaitwa Dondori, mwingine ametoka mahali panaitwa Mogotio.
Dondori ni mbali na.
Unajua Mogotio is in fact kutoka kwa maji so many kilometers.
So unasema hao ndio wabaya sasa.
Sasa hao ndio wabaya zaidi. Hao ndio waliharibu vitu mingi mpaka hata tukupata vitu zingine. Sababu sasa tunajua sasa watu wakikuja tawaelimisha, sasa wakikuja angalia na kuta ile namba yenye alikuwa ni kubwa sana. Sasa tanashindwa wanaondoka.
Nyinyi hamukuanga na association ya neighbors kama nyumba 10
welfare?
Hatuko na welfare.
Such that unajua nyumba 10 tunajuana. So CT Muga akikuja kwa mfano na yeye si wa hapo kwetu, si tunamjua. Au rather tumtambui, tunasema huyu hatumjui. Wewe nyumba yako ni gani?
Sasa by then tuko naye na tunajijua. Hata sisi tunaona sasa kama waadhiriwa sasa venye tuko tunajijua. Tunajua huyu aliadhirika, huyu hakuadhirika.
Okay.
In fact namba ya waadhiriwa ni kidogo sana. Lakini saa hizi ukienda kwa ile list yenye imewekwa karibu 1000.
Na wale ambao
waadhiriwa ni kitu kama hata wafiki 200.
Hebu niulize, hali hiyo shida imepatikana. Kenya Human Rights wamekuja, umetaja Red Cross. Human Rights walikuwa wakifanya nini na Red Cross walikuwa wakifanya nini ili mpate usaidizi?
In fact mimi bado na blame to Human Rights. Sababu Human Rights sionagi kama kuna kitu yote ametusaidia. In fact kwa sawa ndio kwangu kwa maoni yangu mimi si mimi. Wao ndio maharibu zaidi.
Wao ndio wamechafua maji.
Wao ndio wamechafua kwa sababu in fact hata mtu yote mwenye ametoka from nowhere. Unajua hata mtu anaulizaka mtu mwenye ameadhirika, unauliza huyu ni wa kweli, huyu ni wa uongo,
ama unauliza chief,
ama unauliza chief na lakini sasa wale walichukua tu the whole number. Huyu kuja tu from nowhere unaandikwa, kuja from nowhere unaandikwa.
Lakini kutoka 2018 hadi sasa hiyo si ni kitu mngekuwa mshasota ama shida liko wapi? Because kama sisi ni waathiriwa na wamesema hata mjafika watu 200 na umetuambia sasa hizi list iko na almost watu 1000. Hiyo si ni kitu tunasema hapana hatuendelee mbele until tusafishe hii list.
Sasa ni nani atakusaidia sasa hizo?
Okay, for one mimi wakati nilienda kotini, mimi nilienda kotini.
Uliitwa kotini?
Niliitwa kotini.
Okay,
na sijui ni
amesema alienda, ulijipeleka?
Niliitwa kotini. Okay, I'm sorry.
Nilisema ulienda kotini.
Lakini by the way nilienda kotini juu niliitwa. Nikapigia huyu simu juu ni neighbor, nikamwambia sijui ninaitwa kotini nini. So nilienda kotini na nikasimama na nikaulizwa maswali. So niliulizwa na wakili wa serikali, wakili wa peri na huyo wakili wa human rights. For one, huyo venye niliulizwa hao waliniuliza na wakaridhika.
Okay.
Lakini huyu wa human rights alikuwa anataka nimwambie maswali 1 2 3 na kusimama. Wakati alisimama alisema anataka kuniuliza maswali 2. So ujue jaji akisikia ni 2 tu. So aliniuliza kama kuna mtu najua wa serikali, nikamwambia sijui. Kama ni chief namjua na simjui sana juu si ati nakuaga na makosa namjua hivyo. Kaniuliza ama ninajua maaskari, nikamwambia maaskari huwezi kuwajua juu namjua leo kesho anapigwa transfer, so singewajua. Akaniuliza sasa ninaweza sema niliandikwa wapi? Kamwambia kuandikwa siwezi jua juu niliandikwa more than 100 times wakati huo. So huyo sasa wakili wa human rights, wakati nilimwangalia hivi niliona vyenye wanataka kutufeed twende kotini, sijui tufanye nini, sijui tutalipwa mamilioni. Okay, wakati huo mimi nilisimama kotini, niliuliza jaji juu huyu mtu tumekaa naye vizuri sana, huyu mtu kama Peri.
Mwenye shamba alikuwa anaitwa nani?
Mwenye shamba anaitwa Mansuku
Patel.
Yeah.
Okay, sikuwa na wajua, by the way niliwajua wakati huo. So nilikuwa ninasikia vile watu wanasema huyo mtu huwa anawasaidia.
Huyo Mansuku sasa.
Huyo Mansuku kuchukua watoto wenye wasasi hawajiwezi, anawasomesha. So mimi nilisimama kotini, niliambia jaji ama anaweza kutusikilia, ape huyo mtu ruhusa tutoke nje na ye tuongelele. Juu tukienda kwa koti kila siku tutaenda tu. So kulikuwa kitu kama Tuesday, tulikuwa tumeenda kotini. Wakapewa Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday wakaambiwa rudi kotini. I think jaji alisikia hayo maombi nilikuwa nimeomba juu kama mtu kama Peri. Sasa baba yao alikufaga juu ya hiyo kisanga.
Huyo Mansuku alikufa.
Alistuka akakufa. So vyenye sasa tuliambiwa tutoke, niliona huyo mtu ametii.
So aliyobaki ni kijana wake.
Kijana wake sasa.
Na huyo anaitwa?
Huyo ninataja Peri.
Anaitwa Peri
Kansagra.
Okay.
So Philip, Mansuku Patel alikufa immediately after hii tragedy ama alikaka ama alikufa
alikaka lakini hakukaa sana. Hakukaa sana
sababu ya hiyo pressure, hiyo mambo.
Hiyo pressure hiyo.
So kijana yake ndio mnamuita Peri.
Anaitwa Peri.
Okay. Mkaketi na Peri. Sababu si mlimake request kwa koti msikizane out of court. Koti ikasikiza. Mkaketi na Peri. Peri alisema nini?
Sasa Peri wakati huo hiyo kesi ilikuwa pale, ilikuwa criminal case. Si civil case. Ndio kuna tofauti ya civil case na criminal case. Ile ilikuwa ya wale watu walikufa. Tuka request ya kwamba kama za kubali tuongee nje, akakubali. Tukatoka nje, tukaongea akawa na ile malipo.
Okay.
Wakalipa kwa mtu mzima alikuwa analipa 1.2
million.
Yeah.
Okay.
Kwa mtoto alikuwa analipa 800,000.
Na hii ni for survivors.
Hiyo ni survivors.
Si wenye wamekufa.
Wenye wamekufa ni survivors ya.
Yaani survivors ni wewe kama wewe si uko hai, wewe uko hapa leo. Lakini kuna mwenye aliaga dunia hiyo siku.
Yes.
So mwenye aliaga dunia alikuwa analipwa ngapi?
Mwenye aliaga dunia ndio alikuwa analipwa 1.2 mzima.
Okay.
Unasema kwamba matarajio ilikuwa ni yule ambaye amefariki ana watu wake. So kwa niaba yake watu wake wanalipwa
1.2
mtu mzima ambaye amefariki na jamii wamebaki, jamii wanalipwa 1.2. So ikiwa kwa mfano mama na baba wamefariki, kila ni 1.2. Watoto kama walikuwa 8 na watatu wakufe, kila mmoja wao alikuwa analipa 800,000.
Yes.
Okay. Haya. Na waliobaki hai sasa kama wewe Philip.
Sasa waliobaki hai, my friend, kumekuwa kisungumkuti. Yule muhindi alikuwa anataka sana kutupatia ridhaa. Lakini sasa kulingana na makesi na watu wakakuwa wengi, alafu mambo ikakuwa mengi, alafu na siasa. Wewe unajua siasa za Kenya. Sababu politicians walichukua ile kitu ikawa kama fimbo.
Okay.
Fimbo ya kutafuta pesa. Wengine walikuwa wanaenda mpaka huko, at least unajua wa Kenya venye wako. So alafu wengine wakapeleka wale fake, sasa wakapeleka kesi kotini. Sababu mwindi mwenyewe alikuwa na nia ya kutuongezea kitu, sababu tulikuwa tumepewa kitu hapo awali.
Okay.
Tulikuwa tumepewa kitu awali.
Nyinyi survivor sasa kuna kitu mlikuwa mmepewa.
Kuna kitu tulikuwa tumepewa.
Okay.
Yeah.
Safaifa wenye walikuwa na nyumba permanent, walikuwa napewa 1 million.
Okay.
Wenye walikuwa na hizi permanent, walikuwa napewa 200,000. Na ndio tutoke shule sasa tuende tukakae kwenye utaseto. Tenant walikuwa wanapewa 60k. Na wenye walikuwa na nyumba zao walikuwa wanapewa 50k.
Tenants wako pewa na patel. Tenants walipewa na Red Cross.
Hizo pesa zote I think Philip hukwenda kotini, huyo mzee alisema ni yeye
ametoa,
akapita Red Cross juu ya vita zenye zilikuwa,
so ndio avoid maswali mingi na makelele, akapatia Red Cross idistribute your pesa
hata kujenga hizo nyumba.
Okay.
So ile ulisema Red Cross walijenga,
si Red Cross.
Yaani
ujenzi
watu wanajua ni Red Cross
kwa sababu wao walikuwa wamesimamia, si ndio? Lakini pesa mnasema ilikuwa ni
ya
Uperi.
Okay.
Sasa hiyo tu kujua, tulijua baadaye.
Niulize kama kuna villages hizo ambazo ziko hapo karibu na ziko kadhaa, kadri ya namba ya watu ambao wanaishi katika hizo villages, wangapi wanafanya kazi katika hiyo shamba?
Ni wengi.
Ni wengi sana. Wengi sana.
Wengi. Nambari kama ngapi?
Karibu 600.
Na bado wanafanya kazi huko?
Wanafanya.
Na kati hao watu ambao walikuwa wakifanya kazi hapo, kuna wengine ambao walipata mashaka haya?
Kuna.
Na wao pia walipata usaidizi?
Walipata usaidizi.
Hadi wakati huu kuna watoto bado wanasomesha, anawanunuliwa. Kuna shule kama shule inaitwa Jamhuri, ingine inaitwa Kariwa hapo. Tuseme hata hiyo Solai Nyakenywa. Sana huko Jamhuri ananunuliwa watoto sana uniform. Kuna watu wako chini sana.
Usani Peri.
Anawanunulia hizo uniform. Wengine wananunuliwa scout dress hivyo.
Na ile chakula ya skuli? Ile chakula watoto wanakula skuli?
Huko hata huko
kuna uji watu wanakunywaga skuli.
Bado kuna uji watoto wanakunywaga huko. Sana naonaka hata watoto wetu wakisema wanataka kwenda Jamhuri.
Jamhuri ndio kuna uji.
Huyu mtu ni willing kusaidia. Ni vile tu anasukumwa na siasa na mambo za Wakenya wenye huko, lakini ni mtu ako na upendo hiyo ya kusaidia si sana.
Nilipotembelea hiyo area yenu nilipata skuli moja na nikaambiwa babake ndiye alijenga.
Yes.
So unasema kwamba wenye shamba hili ambao tunahitaja ni watu ambao wamekuwa kiishi vizuri na
community sana.
Unaona hiyo shule iko hapo karibu.
Yes.
Hapo kwa hiyo kijiji. Inaitwa Solai Nyakenywa.
Yes.
Alijenga shule nzuri, darasa nzuri sana.
Yes.
Kwa sasa tile kwa sia chini hadi juu. So huyo si ni mtu ako na willing kukaa na watu.
Unajua nyinyi ndio mnaishi na yeye na nyinyi ndio mnatueleza. Sisi kama wageni tunakuja tunaelezwa nini imefanyika hivi, lakini tuko hapo for few hours tunaenda. Nyinyi huko ndio nyumbani na ndio mahali mnaishi. Yes.
Jamhuri Primary School pia alijenga yote mzima. Patel Day alijenga yote mzima. Shule yote complete. Na akaka viti.
Kwa ufupi unatuambia kwamba huyu mtu ambaye shamba yake ilipata shida na pia ikapata majirani na wale ambao wanaishi karibu na yeye katika area ya Solai, ni mtu ambaye ameishi vizuri na watu wake
sana kutoka mwanzo,
kutoka babake,
kutoka babu, sasa
kutoka babu ikaja kwa baba. Sasa ndio huyu
kijana
mjukuu sasa ndio anasimamia. Na hiyo ni miaka kama ngapi wameishi hapo?
Walikuja kitambo sana, sababu hata kijana huyu sasa mwenye ni sana ni mtu 70s.
Huyu amezaliwa 70s. Huyu Peri ambaye kwa hapo
Peri mwenye sasa hizi. And the first born wa huyu kijana huyu mwenye huyu
Mansuku. So baba ya Mansuku ndiye alikuja hapo kwanza.
Ndiye alikuja kwanza. Kitambo miaka huu before the uhuru.
Yes.
A small update, city. Thika Road, Weteve area, it's really bad. It's not safe. People have barricaded the road. I can see this is a police vehicle, GKC, has been it's been chased away by residents around that area. People are also having their cars stoned. This is specifically on Thika Road. So if you're on Thika Road, kindly avoid. Pigia tu boss simu, mwambie ni kubaya. You don't have to deal with this particular situation. If you're driving, just be careful because they're also stoning private vehicles. That is Thika Road Wetedie. This is a video that has been sent to us. It's really bad. If you can avoid that area, please do. Now, hii mambo ya compensation. Umesema politicians wameingilia, Tabitha pia umesema politicians wameingilia. Hawa politicians ni akina nani? Like ni sitting MCAs, sitting MPs, sitting senators, sitting governor, ama ni watu tu wanajitanga politicians lakini hawana cheo.
Kuna watu pia wanawania viti. Sasa wanapata hiyo ndio nafasi ya kujiona kwamba wanatetea wanyonge.
In fact wakati walikuwa ni MPs, hata governor mwenyewe siku alikuwa Likinyanjui.
Yes.
Watawa pia walikuwa miingilia, MCAs walikuwa miingilia.
Sasa county iliwasaidia kwa njia gani wakati huo?
Hakuna.
Kabisa.
Hakuna hata.
County government hakuna kitu. Hata maji hamkupewa.
I'm telling you nothing.
Hata godoro, blanket ya kitu yani ya kuambia.
Godoro na nini tulisaidia na well wishers.
Yeah. Lakini hakuna kitu tuseme governor Lee Kinyanjui alikuja hivi akasema.
In fact a lot of nothing.
Michenye ninajua Kinyanjui alisema wakati huo ni wakati tulianza kujenga, maybe uweke fence kwako juu imekaa hivyo. Nisikia kisema mtu arudishe chenye kilikuwa chake na kama makanzo wasikuje kutuharash. Kitu kama hiyo ndisikia.
Hiyo tu ndio alisema.
Hiyo tu.
Lakini material hakuna kitu mliletewa, pesa nothing, chakula nothing.
Unaona hata wakati maji yenye tunatumia tulipeagwa na huyo peri.
Okay.
Akaweka sola. Hiyo shimu sijui
akachimba maji hapo kwa shule
sana. Ilikuwa imechimbwa lakini haikuwa deep vile. Sasa yeye ikadipiwa akaweka masora. So watu kama sasa sisi watu wa energy hata huko Nyakenywa tunatumia maji yake.
Haya. Woman rep
hata hatumjui. I think mimi simjui. MCA wakati huo
in fact yeye ndio alikuwa mtu wa kwanza kupeleka kesi kotini.
Okay.
Alikimbilia kotini.
Awatetee sasa.
Yeye ndio alipeleka kitu ya kwanza, yeye ndio alipeleka kesi kotini.
Okay.
Lakini afterwards aliona amekosa. Juu by the way
amekosea nini haswa?
Aliona yeye hata yeye amekosa. Kupeleka huyo kotini. Well, kuna watu wengi wa hiyo kijiji wanafanyaga kazi huko.
Na ndio wanampigia kura.
Mimi mfano nilisema kotini kama peri angekuwa mimi hakuna mtu wa hiyo kijiji angerara kazi kwangu, ningewafuta wote. Lakini yeye bado tu anatuchukulia watoto, anawaandika na hakuna mwenye aliambia atoke juu wengi walikuwa wanafanya demonstration huko Geshagi, wengi wanaingia, lakini hakuna mwenye ameaifuta juu ya hayo yote.
Na unajua nauliza politicians wote because nataka kuelewa. Umesema MCA na ali withdraw your case. Ndio ndio ni kama amekosa. Aya. Member of parliament.
Okay, wakati huo ule mtu nilikuwa nasikia akiongea sana, hata Ali hakuwa anaongea vile Susan alikuwa anaongea. Susan aliongea.
Susan kie kama mwingine.
Susan alijaribu. Okay. Alikuwa ni senator.
Okay, lakini hata kama ni kuongea Philip, sioni chenye alitusaidia
nacho. Hakusaidia lakini aliongea.
Kuongea tu ndio alikuwa anaongea sana. Ni kama kutufidi sasa tu pressure
kumchocha.
Vienye tutafanya hamwezi kaa kwa huko na maji iko juu yenu. By the way nilitembea huko kube nikaona hata sio juu. Tulikuwa tunafikiria ati maji iko pahali juu ndio iliteremuka ikatukuta. Hapana. Ukienda huko ni refu kuna toshana.
Ni venye tu hizo banks zilivunjika.
Ni venye najua hiyo maji mvua ilikuwa kubwa. Hiyo mvua ilinyesha na kubukaga for 45 minutes. Ikanyesha mvua kubwa. Unaona hata wakati ukikuja kwetu kote huko kumeroa mata ukienda unaweza chota maji, si ni kweli? Chota maji hapo
unaona maji kitembea.
Na ni nyingi kabisa.
Na sasa kwa hao viongozi wote nimeuliza MCA, woman rep nani tu mliwapigia kura tena mama mlichagua wengine.
In fact tulichagua wengine lakini tulirudisha tu MP.
MP ndio mlirudisha.
MP.
Okay. MP hakuwa na maneno mingi. Sometimes alikuwa naongea sana, anasema hii ni hali ya Mungu. Najua kitu ya Mungu hatuwezi zuia hata tukifanya nini. Si unaona hata watoto wa pastor wanakufaga.
Lakini unajua labda mimi ndio sielewi Tabitha, lakini kuna mambo yanafanyikanga ya Mungu. Kama juzi mliona zile floods zilikuwa hapa Nairobi. Watu walibebwa, watu wamekufa. Na hiyo ni mambo, hiyo ni kazi ya Mungu na tunasemanga kazi ya Mungu haina makosa. Lakini kuna ile tax wewe na mimi tunalipa. Yenye inafaa kutusaidia kwa wakati kama huo. Ndio maana nimeuliza for example county government iliwaletea hata blankets, iliwaletea maji. Juu hizo ni vitu as much as Mungu amefanya yake, binadamu kuna ile kazi yake anafaa kufanya. Ndio nilikuwa ninauliza kama county government ilifanya kazi yake. MP ile pesa tunampatianga ya CDF ni nini ilifanya nini? MCA pia ako na role yake, alifanya nini? Ndio nilikuwa nataka kuelewa. Ndio maana nimeanza kuuliza woman rep, governor, watu wote kama kuna kitu waliwafanya.
Watu wote wote tuseme wote. Hakuna mwenye tuliweza kumsifu saizi.
Okay.
Hapana. Na wao ndio walifanya mpaka tukaunda chama sababu kulingana vile ile behavior sawa watu walikuwa nayo ilibidi tutengeneze chama na tukairegister.
Chama ya aina gani inafanya?
Inaitwa Solai Recovery Group.
Okay.
Na tukairegister. Tukajaribu sana, tulikuwa najaribu sana venye tunaweza weza, lakini kapigwa kisiasa mpaka ikasambaratika.
Ngoja kidogo. Hii welfare, muita welfare?
Kama nisema ni kama welfare.
Hiyo welfare ilikuwa inafaa kutimiza nini?
Ilikuwa sasa isaidie tuone watu wanaweza saidika aje. Malipo tunaweza pata na njia gani?
Okay.
Lakini sasa ilipigwa kisiasa, tulikuwa na nguvu yote, hakuna mtu akutushikilia. In fact ile mtu alikuwa anashikilia kidogo alikuwa ni DCC kitu kama hiyo. Alikuwa anaitwa Mr. Kavita.
Okay.
Ndio alisaidia tukaregister hiyo nini, sababu alituambia msiporegister hii kitu watu wengi watakulia hii ni yenyu sana. Sababu kuna watu wengi walitumia hiyo Solai Dam kwa manufaa yao.
I really don't understand how venye mtu anaweza kuja kutoka huko nje na akulie tragedy yetu sielewi.
Let me give you a parallel.
Sababu kama tulikuwa hapa wanne na sisi ndio tumeumia na ninajua wewe ni mwathiriwa na because tunajuana, si ndio? Sasa mtu huko atatoka aje huko mali atatoka akuje kukulia hapa kwetu shwali.
It's not new to Solai. The areas of this country that always suffered from floods. Kama Kano Plains, Mali yours truly anatoka Budalangi. But Mali ilikuwa nafurika Budalangi with the lowlands. Over time it was discovered ya kwamba kuna watu hawaishi pale. Mali wanaishi ni kule juu. Ikianza kuonyesha wanakuja huko. Unaweka tunyumba tungine cha matope. Because wanajua Red Cross watakuja na blanketi, watakuja na taa, watakuja na vifaa neti, wanajua. So mtu anajenga akijua kwamba nini kuna vifaa fulani vitakuja. So this isn't new. Wale ambao wamepata majiraha unaona ni kama wanasukumwa kando na watu ambao hata tone ya majiraha hawajapata. Na wao ndio wako mstari mbele. Na wao ndio wanaongea kushinda kila mtu. Na wao ndio wanajua. Case in point again. When we had the Mao forest evictions, we're talking about 2008, 2009. Then the Nation newspaper and the Standard walionyesha wazi ya kwamba kuna watu kwa they follow these people. Mchana wako pale Mao wanasema hii ardhi yetu imechukuliwa, jioni hawako wanarudi makwao. Because walikuwa wanataka ardhi. Again politically motivated. So Kenyans and this habit wako nayo ya kutafuta mahali
mahali hawajalima.
Hiyo it is not unusual. It's just that many of them, you see, if you look at the tragedy of Solai Dam, it was very unique. It's not kama where I come from at Kano Plains in Africa. Villages are covered with water, kuna watu, or if there's a backflow nakuta watu sasa hawana makwao na there are those things ambao unaweza kusema ni ya Mungu, lakini kuna mengine inajulikana na mapema, and that's where the government intervention is required. That's where the disaster management unit ambayo Colonel Samoei anasimamia comes in. But remember he told us funding hafifu. They are not anchored in law so that they can do the things they're supposed to do. Okay? So kuna vitu vingi unit iko, lakini haina nguvu ya kufanya kile ambacho inatakikana ifanye.
Kama kwa mfano Philip, uliona mtu hapo ukajua huyu si mkazi wa hapa, lakini ana
wengi sana my friend.
Na watu kama hao mwezi report mseme hata tu chini ya maji, hata mwambie DCI huyu mwenye huyu mzee ako na nywele ndio ako na mandevu hapa ako na mvi.
Sasa ukisema ni bure tu, hata umechanganyikiwa hata huwezi kuwafikia, sababu unajua tulipokuwa pale shuleni walikuja wengi. Sasa tulikuwa tunakaa kwa madarasa tunawaona tu wakitembea mchana.
Maluya walikuwa more than lawyers walikuwa wengi. Kama kuna watu waliandikwa majina ni sisi. Tulikuwa unasikia mtu anakuja na waita, anakuambia tafuta waadhiriwa 20, mnaandikwa majina, mwingine anakuja hivyo search.
Yani walifungua biashara kwa ufupi.
Ilikuwa biashara kubwa sana.
Mawakili ndio waliharibu mambo.
Na unaona hawa mawakili hawa wa human rights. Wakati hawa watu walipewa pesa, hao wenye walifiwa. Nilisikia kuna mmoja alikuwa anapewa 10k kwa kila mwadhiriwa. Anapewa 10k.
Kama nani?
Si alikuwa nasema amewatetea.
Lakini sumuli kulingana jinsi tumesikia, mliomba ya kwamba muongee na Peni, si ndio? Sema hii mambo ya koti jaji akasema sawa. Mliongea mkakubaliana. Mlipokuwa mnakubaliana, hao wenzetu ambao tunataja majina yao kama Kenya Human Rights walikuwepo
wakati huo? Hapana.
Si ni nyinyi? Okay. Lakini
bado tu walikuwa kotini. Lakini venye tulisimama kotini na tukasema hivyo, walikuwa wanashindwa, walikuwa wanataka kutuuliza maswali, kwa nini tumetaka hivyo, nini hivyo. So si tukaona ni vizuri tutoke nje tuongee. So how human rights wengi sana, I think kazi yao ilikuwa wa benefit na waadhiriwa.
Of course.
Hapo eneo hiyo ya Solai kuna ofisi yote ya Kenya Human Rights?
Hakuna.
Tangu tu mpate mjipate na hizi shida, wamerudi mara ngapi kuwaona ama kuuliza mnaendeleaje?
In fact hata wakikuja walikuwa wanakuja tu kwa nia ya kujua watu ni wangapi,
wapeleke mambo kotini.
Yes, wapeleke mambo kotini. Ni yao iko kitu kingine. Wanakuja
wanaandikisha watu, wanapeleka kotini. So essentially wanaenda kotini kama wanawakilisha hawa watu kotini.
Kama wakilisha hawa watu kotini. Ambao tunawasema ni fake ndio wengi.
Na walikuwa wanawakilisha ya nini? Kama mwenye shamba amekubali ya kuwa anataka kusikizana na watu, koti wao wanaamua. Sasa kama uamuzi mwenye shamba, wale ambao wameathirika wamekubaliana, sasa kikosi cha tatu kinatokea wapi? Inatatua nini na hao ambao wanahusikana wameamua kutatua shida?
So unajua wanakuja na ile jina human rights. Hao ndio wanajua rights za
binadamu kushinda wale ambao
kushinda wenye wako na shida. Na wako na agenda nyingine, si ati hiyo peke yake. Sababu unajua wengi walitajirikia hiyo kitu.
There is a concept ambayo inasemekana kwa it's called ambulance chasing. Ambulance chasing ni ajali imetokea. Gari kuna insurance. Sasa hii insurance lazima ilipe watu ambao wameumia kwa gari. Kuna watu hiyo ndio kazi wanafanya. Wameenda wamesema wao ndio wanawakilisha watu wote ambao wameumia na wale ambao wamefariki na bla 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 bla. Sasa insurance ya mwenye gari sasa inatakana ilipe. Ukifuatilia hizo kesi mara nyingi utakuta kwamba wale ambao walipatikana na shida wakipata usaidizi ni kidogo
sana.
Na hiyo pesa wakili wao wanalipwa, na unakuta pesa inaenda hivi mpaka sheria ikaundwa ya kwamba pesa ya wakili anapewa cheki yake kando. Hao ambao wameiriwa cheki yao ni kando. Si ati wakili anapewa ndio apatie watu waliona hii inaleta shida. So hiyo ni kitu tumeona hapa Kenya. So sio kitu kigeni. Tukienda mbele, nyinyi mngependa muone nini imefanyika ili mambo haya tuyaweke kwamba tunakumbuka kama kumbukumbu, na tunachukua hiyo siku kama siku ambayo tunaweza kujiuliza baada shida kama hizi nini tunaweza kufanya tujiepushe na mambo kama haya tukienda mbele, because mna watoto na huko ndio kwao na hapo ndio wataishi.
Kitu ya kwanza tungependa Sisi hatuna ubaya huyu mwenye shamba.
Huyu mzee mnaita pesa.
Yeah, huyu alikuwa tana nia ya kusaidia sana. Lakini kwa sababu hiyo mambo ya siasa hapo nilikuwa nimetaja hapo awali. Imemzuia, na hiyo mambo ya kotini imemzuia. Kama ingewezekana hiyo mambo ya kotini iondolewe, ile usaidizi alikuwa anatupia, sababu yeye ni willing atupatie usaidizi. Maana tulipoteza vitu mingi. Turudi nyuma, ile kuna mtu alikuwa na mali yake
ilipotea yote.
Kuna mtu alikuwa na vitu vyake, alikuwa ameanza kujijenga, alikuwa na malon, vilipotea vyote. Sasa ile pesa alitupatia ile kidogo, at least mtu utangangana kwenda kulipa loan, sababu bank utaambia nini bank? Wataki kujua kama ulipata.
No, mara nyingi hiyo hawataki kujua.
Wataka pesa kwanza. So at least watuinue tu kidogo, hata kama ni kutuinua, watuinue kidogo. Yeah. Wapatie ruhusa hii mtu mwenye shamba at least.
Okay, sio mtu kuwapatia. Unajua nyinyi ndio mwenye shida. Kila mtu kama sisi ni watu nje.
Hatuna sauti, hatuwezi kumfikia. Sasa wenyewe wanaweza kumfikia, wanaona na agenda yao.
Tabitha anataka kusema kitu.
Okay, mimi ninasema huyo mtu angefanya hivyo, lakini tukawa namba kubwa. Anilesi sisi tujijue wenyewe. Juu hakuna wakati anaweza pea mtu mwenye hakupata shinda, hata yeye anaona hivyo. So sisi ni wengi more than hawezi soti sisi wote. Hakuna siku. Anilesi sisi tujijue na yajue. Okay, na wenye wako ground, wenye walikuwa waadhiriwa, waandike watu wenye ni collect me. Niseme hiyo jiji nilikuwa nakaa, najua watu wengi wenye walikuwa waadhiriwa. So na wenye ninakwambia wengi ni mwenye aliamka asubuhi akakuta kwake ni wet, kakibia shule kuandikwa. So bila hiyo mimi naonaga hakuna kitu ita happen.
Mimi naweza waomba ama naweza waambia kitu mfanye, juu hata ingelikuwa ni wewe. Unajua namba ya watu wenye waliathirika, genuine number tuseme kwa mfano ni 200. Lakini unaona watu 1000 wamejitokeza. Unajua pia itakuwa ugumu kutoa pesa kwa mfuko wako.
Ndio hiyo.
Lakini nyinyi sasa msaidie jamaa. Mjue ni akina nani waliathirika na mdeal na hiyo namba pekee. Ndio pia yeye aone urahisi wa kufanya nini? Wa compensate.
Ili msaidiane.
Nisaidie nikusaidie kind of situation. Juu akikai unajua sasa yeye hawezi kuanza kusema ati wewe si wa hapa. Juu watu wanaweza fanya nini? Wanaweza mgeuka. Lakini nyinyi wenye mliathirika cha ukweli, the genuine victims, nyinyi ndio mtasaidia huyo jamaa ndio aweze kuwasaidia.
Lakini wacha nikwambie, niseme mtu kama mimi, ile vita inakuaga nasi huko kijijini ni kubwa. For example, unaona vyenye sasa watatuona kwa media, tumeongea tu. By the way, na tumeongea ukweli. Vita tu bado itakuwa kubwa kwa sisi. Tunataka kuongea ukweli. Kuna mwingine aliniuliza, mnaenda kuongea ukweli huko kotini, kwani hizo pesa ni zenyu?
Tabitha, hata wao ambao wana mambo yao ya kuongea wanaruhusiwa kuja media waongee. Hakuna mtu anayezuilia.
Waambie, wakikuuliza waambie wakuje, hatujazuia mtu.
Wakuje waseme yake.
Akuje aseme yake.
Si mmetoka Solai mkajileta hapa. Wao pia wajitoe huko, wajilete hapa, wakuje waseme yao.
Kama kuna mtu ako na story tofauti ama amesikia ni kama mmesema kitu ambacho akifai ama kitu ikufanyika, akuje.
Hata kama watu kadhaa wakuje.
Tutawapatia nafasi. Mtu akuja aseme yake. Si ndio?
Isisemekane kwamba media inadhulumu wengine, hapana.
Exactly.
Kila mtu anaruhusiwa
ama kuna kipendeleo. But Philip, asanteni sana. Tabitha, asante sana. Poleni kwa yaliyotokea na tunaomba ya kwamba mambo yatakuwa mazuri tukisonga mbele.
Asante.
Si ndio?
Kuna kitu nilikuwa nikiomba.
Omba.
Tafadhali.
Kuna well wishers walikuwa wametoa pesa mahali. Sijui kama ni ukweli, lakini huwa tunasikia. Kuna kampuni ya sijui ni British Airways, sijui ni kitu kama hiyo. Walitoa pesa nyingi sana. Lakini ikitufikia
the EU unit, European Union, unit ambayo na deal na vitu kama hizo. Kulingana na ukifanya research yako utakuta walitoa. Sasa mahali ilifikia, mahali ilienda
hatujui.
Nimesoma, sijapata mahali ilienda. Najua walitoa. Sio ati walikuwa wanafikiria kutoa. Walitoa.
Pesa ilitoka.
Sasa what happened to it? Hiyo ndio sasa siwezi kujibu na siwezi kusema. but walitoa.
Tunaomba wenye anahusika ama wenye walikuwa siku hiyo, wenye walikuwa wanahusika siku hiyo, tunaomba tu at least hata warudishe hata kama ni kuota basi.
Hapana. Kitu ambacho ni muhimu ni kwamba pesa ambayo imetolewa kwa kazi fulani, unataka uthibitishe, ujue pesa kama hii ikitokea, kwa si mara ya kwanza pesa hizi zinatokaga. Zikitoka, what happens? Inaenda wapi? Na ikishafika hapo, kwa mfano tuseme iende Red Cross. Red Cross watafanya nao kazi gani? Tuseme iende serikali, iende to the department ambayo inahusikana, wanashughulisha na kazi gani? Kwa sababu ukauliza, wanaweza kukueleza kwamba hii ndio tunafanya nayo hii, tunafanya nayo hii, tujenga nayo hii, ili maisha ya watu iwe better. Lakini swala inaweza kujibiwa na wale ambao wanasimamia nini mradi huu. Yes.
Alright.
Kuwapata.
Sio ngumu kuwapata. Sio ngumu.
Hawaishi mahali huko kwa mawingu.
Ni wako hapa tu. Sio ngumu. Na sisi kwa niaba yetu tutauliza. Watueleze, because huwa ukiuliza utapata jibu, utaambiwa ni kweli tulifanya hivi na hivi na hivi na hivi na hivi. Yes.
Naomba sana mtuulizie hiyo swali.
Serikali ina shida moja, sio hii serikali ya Kenya. Sio wanapataka ugumu gani kueleza wananchi kile kinachofanyika. Utakuta mtu mmoja atasema mambo mengine, mwingine anasimama, lakini kueleza kinagaubaga kile ambacho kimefanyika mara nyingi tunauliza hapo kila siku. Hii kitu si ngumu kueleza, si mueleze. Yes. So hii mambo yenu inatokea hapo. Kitu inaweza kuelezwa, haijaelezwa. Sasa ubaya ni kwamba watu wataichukua vile wanavyotaka na watakimbia nayo. Utasikia hapana, hiyo pesa yetu nilinunua hiyo pesa, na kusema kweli hawana hakika. Mtu sasa unaunda tu. Lakini wakisema tutajua.
Yeah.
Yes.
Aya. Tabitha na Philip, asanteni sana.
Nashukuru pia.
Aya. We are taking a short break. We do a little bit of the news, but as we do that, the situation in Ruiru also looking very bad. Protests against the spike in fuel prices, and I can see fires all over. I think this is Ruiru, that underpass. Iko na shida kubwa sana. Hiyo barabara ya kuenda na Kamakis, kuna moto imewashwa hapo na several fires actually blocking the road. Pia Nairobi CBD kunakaa kuko empty na sehemu zingine nyingi, but shida kubwa sana inakaa ni kama iko Thika Road. So let's do the news, then when we come we give you the updates as we receive them.
This is the Radio Generation News.
Good morning, I'm Winnie Maganga. Hundreds of commuters are stranded across Nairobi on Monday morning after Matatu operators suspended services in a nationwide strike over soaring fuel prices. Most major bus terminals remain deserted, forcing passengers to walk long distances or scramble for alternative transport as queues formed at bus stages. The Kenya Meteorological Department says several parts of the country are expected to receive rainfall in the coming days. In its latest weather outlook, the department says areas in the highlands west and east of the Rift Valley are likely to experience increased rainfall activity. The focus also shows that while some regions will have sunny conditions, scattered showers and thunderstorms are expected in several areas, with strong winds likely in some counties. I'm in control of ODM despite party divisions, says ODM leader Oburu Oginga, speaking in Kisumu during a meeting with party officials and branch chairpersons. Oburu dismissed claims that age had weakened his leadership, maintaining that he still has the energy and experience to steer the party forward. Oburu warned dissenting members against defying party positions, saying discipline and unity must prevail within ODM.
You think we are weak? We think we are weak. You think Oburu is old? You think Oburu is weak? I can assure you I am not weak. Old is gold. But if they want to come back to the party, we shall admit them, but readmit them. But they must know that when they come with a tail which is a coiled tail.
A youth group in Kisii County has launched a campaign to encourage young people to register as voters and take part in the 2027 general election. The group known as the Gusii Youth for Youth Movement says it plans to hold civic education caravans across all 9 constituencies in the county. The initiative aims to educate young people on leadership skills and the importance of electing responsible leaders.
We'll start from the Mosocho. We'll attend mass there. We'll talk with voters or electorates of that area. We'll move to Suneka, Nyamarambe, that is part of South Mugrango. We'll come back to Kenyenya, all the way to Keroka, Keumbu. And finally, we'll meet at the capital roundabout, where these youths will give their information.
Health authorities in the Democratic Republic of Congo have confirmed an Ebola case in the eastern city of Goma. According to the director of Congolese National Institute of Biomedical Research, the woman who tested positive is believed to have contracted the disease from her husband who died in Bunia. Officials say the woman traveled to Goma before developing Ebola symptoms. The development comes a day after the World Health Organization declared the Ebola outbreak an international public health emergency following at least 88 deaths linked to the disease. And that's the truth on Radio Generation. Good morning, I'm Winnie Maganga.
Sports on Radio Generation.
Good morning, I'm Samuel Otieno. Gor Mahia now just need one win from their remaining 2 matches while avoiding defeat in the other to clinch their 22nd top flight league title. This follows their 3-1 win over Morangasil on Sunday at Nyayo National Stadium in Nairobi, a result that moved them closer to the title race with 68 points from 32 matches. Speaking after the win, head coach Charles Akono urged his players to remain calm and focused as they edge closer to the championship.
Our tactical approach worked. Today we did not come here to play fine football. We did not come here to keep the ball in our half. We wanted to keep the ball in the half of the opponent. We were direct today, and we know that we're going to win the game in the second half. And it worked.
Rafinha scored twice as Spanish champions Barcelona became the first team to win all 19 of their home matches in a 38-game La Liga season. The Brazilian forward opened the scoring in the 28th minute with a free kick, which caught out Alvaro Vaez on his side of the goal. He doubled his tally in the 62nd minute with a simple finish, after intercepting a sloppy pass from Real Betis captain and former Arsenal defender Hector Bellerin. And that's your sports update on Radio Generation. Good morning, I'm Samuel Otieno.
Sports on Radio Generation. The views and opinions expressed on this program are those of the guests and do not necessarily reflect the views of Radio Generation. Radio Generation assumes no responsibility or liability for the interviewee's views. This is Radio Generation. In the beginning, there was morning radio. But now there is Radio Generation's The People's Breakfast. Curious and bold, getting facts from the shadows.
That's what it is.
Now, as the city wakes and secrets stir, a bright new voice shines. The People's Breakfast. Your morning, your voice, your journey. Good morning.
Good morning, my neighbor.
Welcome to the home of hard truths and bold insights. Radio Generation.
A very good morning to you and welcome back to Radio Generation. The time right now is 14 minutes past 8 o'clock. Let me just tell you guys, we are going to have a very big problem this particular morning. Our guests are stuck in traffic. Others are stuck.
It's all stranded.
They're stranded. Others are stranded on the roads. Others have decided to go back home. Others, well, they're in between a rock and a hard place. Like literally, they're between rocks because people are throwing stones and stoning vehicles. Ni kubaya sana. Ninaangalia on X for example, Juja flyover huko pia umewasha moto. Nyahururu huko pia mmewasha moto. Huyu naye ametuma video, hajasema ni wapi, lakini tunaona amewasha moto. And many other places. Nairobi CBD as well is not looking good. The place is empty. And let me just tell you this: if you can avoid going to work, if you can just work from home, for example, and if you can call your boss and just tell him or her the honest truth, well, you are going to be in a better place than many other Kenyans. So yes, you can check out more updates on X #reject fuel prices. That's what is currently trending at number 1. You can also listen into Radio Generation, where we shall give you updates. For example, Kitengela ninaona roads have been closed. No private cars are allowed passage. Kitengela, well, Kitengela siku ya dhani kutakuwa na drama, lakini Kitengela imekuwa na drama lately. For the last 2 maandamano mbili, ile ya 2025, actually even 2026 na ya 2024, Kitengela kumekuwa kubaya tena sana. But anyway, in this particular hour, we're going to talk about the finance bill of 2026. Is Kenya ready to introduce the wealth tax? That's the question we want to ask. And with us is a lawyer. He's a program associate, political accountability in state institution, Kenya Human Rights Commission, Kotoa John Otieno. Otis, good morning. Welcome to Radio Generation.
Good morning to you. Thank you.
Umepitia happy. Everyone else is saying they can't make it to the studio. Others are saying they won't even come. Others have switched off their phones. Wewe umepitia wapi?
Ubabaridi.
Yeah? But welcome to the new generation nonetheless. Yeah. Now before we start, City, we'll share with you a proverb. Today we're in the country of Ghana. You'll tell us what you think of that particular proverb, and then we shall get right into it.
Republic of Ghana.
Republic.
The ruins of a nation are in the homes of people.
The ruins of a nation are in the homes of people.
Yes, sio msituni. Kwenye vijiji kuna vyumba vya watu. Yeah.
So what I think about that particular proverb?
Yeah. Actually, yes, not just think.
Yeah.
What your views are very important.
I'd say that I agree with it, because a nation basically is the people. It might be the land, but it is basically the people. And if my memory serves me right, I remember we read a set book in high school, Betrayal in the City. And there was
Francis Mbuga.
Yes, Francis Mbuga. And there was almost a similar quote that stated, if the madness of an entire nation disturbs a solitary mind, then it is not enough to say that the person is mad.
Yeah.
So I think the reflection of the country is seen in the people. The trajectory of a country is seen in the people and how they relate and how they live, their living conditions. So yeah, I readily agree with that particular proverb.
All right, there you have it, folks. Indeed, nilijua mtu kama Otieno hawezi kosa kujua hiyo kitu. Now maybe you can just give us a brief overview of this title of yours, because nimeisoma tena mwenyewe nikajiuliza huyu Mr. Otieno nani? Program Associate, Political Accountability in State Institutions, Kenya Human Rights Commission.
So basically that department deals with public finance management, right? And we seek to hold accountable the state officers who are in various government institutions to ensure that they do their work well, and that our finances are well taken care of. Issues around corruption, issues around how our resources are managed and used efficiently to help the common mwananchi and to serve the purpose that they are meant to.
Yeah.
So that is.
All right. That's the brief overview.
Yeah, that's the brief overview. Kuna mingi ndani.
How many within the Kenya Human Rights Commission?
Yeah.
How many such units do you have, and what is it that they focus on? What is the area of focus? Because yours umetueleza vizuri, tumeelewa. Nyingi ndio mnaweka state corporations ambazo zinadili na pesa tochi. Hiyo tumeshika.
Yeah.
Now, which other groupings exist within the Kenya Human Rights?
There are others that deal with elections.
Yes.
And related matters. There's another that deals with business and human rights, holding corporations accountable for their actions. And also there are others, support. There's also a support team that now assists in ensuring that these particular other departments operate well and that they achieve what they are structured to. Yeah.
What is the mandate of the Kenya Human Rights Commission?
We seek to achieve dignity for all persons, and since dignity is not a standalone right, it means that basically all the human rights that are accorded to us by the Constitution and international statutes are enjoyed by every person in Kenya.
Hiyo kazi ni ngumu.
Noma sana.
Yani all those things in the Bill of Rights mnataka kila mwananchi azielewe, najua ni haki yake.
But hiyo ndio kazi yao, bro.
Yes.
No matter how long it takes.
Hiyo ndio kazi ngumu.
And you know Kenyans are being born daily, eh? So this work of theirs will never stop.
No, it won't.
It can stop the day that the government, we have efficiency and there's that promotion of human rights. And it is understood across the board, and you know, so maybe one day, or maybe that is utopia. So
let's get down to business. Finance Bill 2026. I'm sure you saw something sometime last week. Reject Finance Bill 2026. What are your thoughts on that finance bill? Because a couple of things, tuliambiwa kutakuwa na introduction of taxes, kwa mfano water bottles ama sijui ni bottled water wataongeza sijui pesa ngapi per liter, kulikuwa na mambo mengine mengi ambayo kidogo yananipiga chenga sasa hivi. But what do you think?
So the Finance Bill 2026 is what I'd say it's more measured. Its target is to expand the tax base, more than to introduce new taxes. So we haven't seen a lot of new taxes introduced, but rather most of the amendments in the bill are administrative and geared towards expanding the tax base, the number of people or the number of revenue streams that are being taxed. And about the Reject Finance Bill, I'm not sure when it was. I may not have interacted with it.
It was like a trend either on Wednesday or Thursday, but nonetheless. Well,
the first, I would like to start with a sort of disclaimer, right? Because there's a lot of misconception and misunderstanding on what wealth tax actually is and how it can be administered or applied, right? So in the basic sense, wealth tax is taxing what a person owns. But you see, if I leave it at that, then it means that unaweza taxiwa for
anything
for your TV, for owning a TV or for owning something. But the target or the aim is usually high net worth individuals, and there is a threshold above which
you can't tax.
So, for instance, in Kenya, some of the proposals that have been there in various research, like one by Oxfam, is that when you're introducing a wealth tax, if it is a net wealth tax, now what net wealth tax ni ile broad, everything you own combined and then minus your debts and liabilities, what you remain with, they propose that dollar millionaires in Kenya can be taxed on that at probably a rate of 5%. So now you see, in as much as it is wealth tax, it doesn't involve everybody, and it isn't really on the low income or the medium income earners, but the high.
What I find strange is, and this is the thing that I've always found problematic, you accumulate wealth by doing business. Throughout the course of conducting this business to make a profit, you're taxed. Everything you do is taxed. At somewhere along the line, it is taxed, directly or indirectly. If I am in the business of building, I import things unless they're exempted from tax. But by and large, I will be taxed. So now, if the accumulation of my wealth reaches a certain threshold, you then want to tax me again. That is now double taxation as far as I'm concerned.
I mean, there is that argument on double taxation, but you realize that some of this wealth is not gained. There's a difference between the income taxing income and also taxing wealth. So now, in the instance of wealth, you can gain wealth through inheritance, right? And also, there is some wealth.
In an African setting, you can gain wealth through inheritance. This one somebody has to explain to me.
Yeah,
I inherit wealth.
You in, like, for example, your father owns Kappa oil refineries. Then it is passed to your father. Then your father passes it over to you. You've inherited Kappa oil industries.
I understand that.
Yeah, so you had nothing. You are from one dropout.
What percentage of Kenyans are in that bracket of people
who inherit wealth?
Well, yes, who have what you call generational wealth, and it is something that is structured, and you can see it.
Yeah, I mean, I have to admit that I don't have the exact numbers for that, but that is one component. Let me take another instance. Say you buy land in somewhere like Kilifi, right? And particular land at that particular time is about 50 million. And then development goes on. There are roads, there are hospitals, there are schools around. Automatically, the value of that land appreciates, right? And it goes to, say, 150 million. So there is little that you did for that, the value of that land to appreciate, right? And now when you're taxing that particular land, for instance, it will be through capital gains tax when you're disposing it, which will not be on the entire 150, but will be on the 100 that the value has appreciated. So now you see that particular form of wealth tax is not taxing your income or is not taxing what you already made. So if you are earning a salary and you saved up, this salary was being taxed, right? And you saved up, you got to 50 million, you bought the land. Now you see, when that 50 million is subtracted from the appreciation of the land, that got to 150, the 100 million, you realize it wasn't taxed, right? So it isn't income that was taxed, but rather it is wealth that you own, that is being taxed. So that now, in that particular way, you avoid the argument on double taxation.
So essentially, you're looking at an accumulation of what somebody has in the course of a year.
Not in the course of a year,
yes,
but over time, right? And there are different forms of wealth tax, right? So there's the net wealth tax, that where you accumulate everything that somebody owns and then you tax a certain percentage. There are also other forms, for instance, in capital gains tax. There's inheritance tax, which is proposed for inheritance that is above 12.2 million, which as at 2023 was the amount that you needed to be in Kenya's 1%. Yes.
You see accumulated, but what if you have encumbrances like mortgages and you have bank loans to pay? Yes,
that's the net. Now that's where the net comes in. So it is what you own, your wealth, right? Minus
the liabilities.
The liabilities and debts that you have. So
ile
inabaki ndo inataxiwa if it is above that particular threshold.
What if it was above, even at the time you speak of, it remains above that threshold, but the net value has gone down? At the time of speaking, it is 100 million shillings.
Yeah.
Threshold, let's say, is 15 million. Okay, above which you pay, for example. But the value goes down from 100 million, not 75.
Yeah.
I still pay.
When the value...
Because actually, my net value has gone down.
Yeah.
Okay. Let me give a case in point.
Okay.
I have plots, we're talking of Nakuru, so my mind has gone to Nakuru, my Hyrax Hill, where there is the Menengai crater. Okay?
Yeah.
We are told, hiyo kitu lala kitambo. So it wakes up. And in waking up, the environs, you're talking about Lanet, you're talking about Gilgil, maybe up to Dondori, which is up on the hill, and the environs of Subukia, suddenly become affected by this. Volcanoes are not known to raise the value of properties.
Yeah.
They are known to bring it lower down.
Yes.
So now, my value, it doesn't go down below the threshold that was set, but it goes down.
So that's where things like exemptions come in. And I have to mention that we need to have rules and principles, a policy on how we exempt various products and various services from tax. And in such a situation, because that's an act of God, which was not planned for, then the law that we will be having on wealth tax at that particular time should be designed in such a way that it can respond to such. So it will be responsive to the shocks that are there. For instance, you've used a hypothetical case, right?
Yes, I have.
Let us use
a very rare hypothetical.
A very rare. Now let us use one that is real and that has happened. There was the 2008 economic crisis where the economy crashed, and also most recently we have the pandemic, COVID, right? And now at that particular time, there were various measures, tax law measures, that were taken in countries across the world to shield people from such shocks.
Including Kenya.
Yes. So now, if we have such a situation as the one that you've described,
yes,
then the law should be able and will be able to respond to such and exempt probably people whose property in those areas, whose wealth in those areas have been affected,
yes,
to help them find a way of replenishing. Because you see, if they have more than they can be able to tax comfortably. But just to put it in a way, ukifinya mtu sana, then the attitude towards taxing becomes negative. And one of the ways to have an effective tax system is whereby there's voluntary disclosure and voluntary remittance of tax.
So what we're saying is that this wealth tax is going to be done on a yearly basis, or what?
I have to mention that when you concentrate just on wealth tax, the net wealth tax, that might take time for us to get there, because there are various challenges that we face at the moment. We don't have a wealth database, so you don't know who owns what particularly. There's also the problem of beneficial ownership. So you know there's property, you know that it's probably owned by a certain company, but you really don't know who is behind it or who has the beneficial ownership.
John, when you say we don't know, who is we here?
Let me say Kerry.
The government.
You're actually trying to tell me that there's property that is owned, and yet the government bodies that are supposed to ensure they understand the ownership,
they don't know who owns it.
All right.
They know who own it. They don't know the beneficial. There's a difference between the direct ownership and the beneficial ownership.
Explain the difference, please.
So, for instance, right now, if you're registering a company, you will be required to give the details of the shareholder, right? The shareholders are the direct owners. So if you do a CR12, you search a CR12, you'll find them. They're written there. But there's also that information of beneficial ownership that you won't find on the CR12. It's not usually available to the public that much. So you'll have to request that from the Business Registry Services, BRS, for you to get that particular information on beneficial ownership. But about, is it 2 or 3 years ago, the beneficial ownership requirement for all companies was not there, right? So it means that companies that were registered before then, you might not have that particular information, but there was a directive that that information be provided for in all companies. So what I'm essentially saying is that there is the direct ownership, the one that you can see, right? The shareholding, and there is also beneficial ownership.
I have to ask this question because I hear about it, and the few times I watch certain movies, I come across it. What is a shell company?
What's a shell company?
Yeah. See, you're a lawyer.
Yes, I am.
So you're the guy who register. You're the guy who register these things. Okay.
How would
My apologies for the ambush, John.
It's okay. It's okay. I mean, so a shell company is one that is formed, I'd say, almost for ulterior motives. So it's not doing what it. The paper and the reality is a bit different, right? So you can have a company right now that is probably trading in something, but the main goal is probably tax avoidance, right? And I'm trying to have a simpler way of explaining it.
No, be as complicated as you can be.
Yeah, so it is a company that you form that maybe it runs a business, but it doesn't particularly disclose everything in terms of what it does, or it is just created and it is there on paper and it has probably returns and all that, but it doesn't do.
Does it have employees?
On paper it can.
It can have directors, it can
have everything on paper.
It has everything, but it's on paper.
Yeah, the paperwork and the reality might not be
the same.
Yeah.
And its purpose is what exactly?
Like I said, some of the purposes, the reasons for having a shell company is tax avoidance and also illicit financial flows.
If they are registered legally, are you saying that companies that are not shell companies and are registered legally, like shell companies are, cannot be involved in the nefarious activities that we allude and say that the shell companies are engaged in?
Come again?
C.T. Muga and Sons and Daughters Company Limited. Okay?
Yeah.
We deal in everything from shipping to farming.
Everything under the sun.
Yes. And we have offices across 3 continents. Okay? Real. Then there's C.T. Muga, Paul Mbuvi, and John. That's you now. Also have a shell company which has those names, and we have these functions. Okay? I'm asking the former, which actually is a legit company like this, because this is also legit. What stops the legit company from doing exactly what the shell company is accused of? Or what is it the shell company helps you do without having the problems that you'd have if you're not a shell company?
So the difference is, one is doing business. One is actually having employees and transacting and doing all that. I'm not saying that they're not involved in, they may not be involved in illicit financial flows, right? But the shell company, its main purpose for formation
is precisely that.
So the shell company, it's just there. It's a shell. It has nothing in it. When you go deeper and you want to interrogate the inner workings, you'll probably find nothing. But for the company that is actually in operation, it means that if they're avoiding tax, then probably they're avoiding it through other means, but there is transaction.
So John, if I'll ask you to avoid touching this kawaya, ukigonga inazima. Yeah, so you know there are some companies where you find, like, for example, Radio Generation is a company, but there is another company where all the funds of Radio Generation pass through. So if someone comes to check the books of Radio Generation, Radio Generation ina pesa, ina making losses, but there's a shell company that actually receives all the monies that Radio Generation
But that is not
makes.
difficult to follow.
I think we'll have to create a distinction. There's the shell company and then there is a holding company.
Yes.
So holding company, holding company is the one that you're describing.
Radio Generation.
So yes.
Okay.
Basically a holding company, if for instance you have MultiChoice, right? And MultiChoice owns, say, Radio Generation. That's a different company. It went and acquired Nation Media, that's a different company. So it has all these companies under it.
So it's the mother company.
It's the mother company. Yes, and it's one of the efficient ways of structuring the big companies, because then if, say, for instance, the example that I've used, MultiChoice, if they were to acquire Radio Generation and acquire Nation Media and acquire Standard Group and operate them as one, there will be difficulty in operation, because as it is, they all have different systems that they are operating in.
Yes.
And if you want to force them all to have one, then it might be difficult. So for operation purposes, having a holding company and different companies within it is an efficient way of running.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Yeah. So there's a reason why you wanted to know about shell companies.
There is a reason why I want to know about shell companies, because I know people want to make money, and in a purely capitalistic system where people are avowed and committed capitalists. I think among the ways they make money is they avoid paying taxes.
Yeah.
Yes. They're doing business. Well, some people take a cut of 20, 30%. But the tax, as I see it, in and of itself is not a problem. The problem is the relationship we have with paying tax.
Yes, yes. And that's why I believe I mentioned that the attitude towards taxation.
Yes.
If it's a good attitude, then you'll have people willingly.
There are, yes.
And there are people who willingly remit tax. I remember there was somebody giving an example in a meeting that a person was worried, don't know was it Korea or China, that they have not had the opportunity to file their tax, to remit their taxes.
It stresses them to know.
It stresses them, right? And part of the reason why in Kenya we have a problem in terms of the willingness is down to our transparency and accountability. Because you'll find that you're in a matatu and somebody is saying sina shida ya kulipa tax lakini sioni kitu inafanya.
Yeah.
So now there is that accountability gap. If you go to places like Europe, use an example of Germany, which I'm more acquainted with, you find that the tax that somebody pays is quite high, above 30% almost. I happen to have worked there for some months, and I remember part of my tax was being cut at around 33%. But then the education system is efficient. The transport is efficient because what I paid per month for transport is quite low, right? About 58 euros per month. That is roughly 7,000 per month. And I could go to any place at any time. Just hop on, hop off at any point.
Yeah.
So if we had
the transport there is government owned.
It is government, but it has been subcontracted. Okay. But it's public transport.
It's government modulated.
Yes.
That way.
Yeah.
Okay. Ni kama venye hapa Kenya tulikuwa na Kenya Bus.
Kenya Bus.
Okay.
Yeah, where Kenya Bus now unaweza toka Kawangware to Kasarani and all that. And so if we had a system whereby people can really see that this amount that I'm giving is actually doing something, say in education or in health, that if I pay SHA, right, if I pay the SHIF, right, when I go to hospital, I'll not have to...
You won't struggle.
Yes, I won't struggle, right? If I pay my taxes, then my kid, when they're going to school, they can have education all the way from nursery school and finish high school without me having to spend on extra fees. And if the government is planning a project, I won't hear that there has been some corruption and there's money that is lost. If
basically we won't hear of the 3 billion we lose daily.
Yes. So if you had that system whereby all these scandals are not there and the tax is actually doing what it's meant to do, then you'd have, the theory is you'd have people more willing to pay the taxes because they see what it is doing.
Because I understand it's a very small percentage of Kenyans who actually pay tax. Imagine if all adults in Kenya were responsible enough to pay their fees, their taxes.
Yeah.
That means chances are the 30 or so % I am charged as tax will probably be lower.
Yeah.
That means I have more disposable income because tunalipa tax kwa watu wengi.
Exactly. So the theory in tax is that if you have a wide tax base, then you tax people less.
Less, yes.
Right? But if you have a narrower tax base,
of course you'll tax more.
Then you will tax more, but then that there will be distortion. In the sense that if you're taxing the few people highly, then even the number of people who will be paying the taxes will reduce. Because you'll find people who they'll now try to avoid paying tax. And also, in the labor market, it will be untenable to a certain extent and now lead to job losses. So now you end up reducing the number of people who are paying the tax. Yeah.
There's something to be said about the group we refer to as the middle class.
Yeah.
And the preponderance of this group in numbers. Because this is a group that is said to have what we call disposable income. Meaning, given what they do, given I'm assuming this setup where, because of the high taxes, you don't pay school fees, you don't pay university fees, you don't pay hospital fees, the things that bedevil most Kenyans. Transport, you buy that round trip thing, whether it's a month or yearly, so you don't have that problem. Housing isn't a problem either. So whatever income you have, there's what you can consume if you so wish, and there is what you remains. Now, if such individuals are in abundance, then one, you also find that the culture of saving is manifest, because you can actually see money growing, but the culture has to be there. Number two, this group, if they are large enough and they are taxed, then what you end up taxing is also plenty. Because if there are more people paying taxes, the more money you'll have.
Yeah.
But if you have a shrinking number of these people, and then among them you have people who are also determined that they don't want to pay as much as they should, and then you have the group that is actually considered very wealthy, and this is where the complaint comes in, that they don't usually pay what they should pay.
The wealthy now.
Yes. So you ask.
Yeah.
Because you see, in my opinion, the Kenyan middle class is just one salary away from poverty.
Yeah.
That is my opinion.
It's not just your opinion. Statistics actually prove it, because between 2015 and 2024, or is it 2014 to 2024, the number of people who've fallen into the extreme poverty, below the extreme poverty line,
Bracket, yes,
is about 7 million. So these are people who previously they are not below this particular line, but due to the circumstances and things that have happened, they have gone below that poverty line. So that means basically per day they're earning less than $3.
Okay.
It's currently, I think it's
$3.
$3.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
And you know, like Siti was saying, and you have rightly agreed with him, that middle class are one salary away from extreme poverty.
Yeah.
Ni ukweli, because if today your employer tells you enda nyumbani, ni hivyo.
Yeah.
Like you will literally go to ushago, kama hiyo ushago iko. Na kwa wenye hawana ushago, kuna watu hawana ushago. Na kwa wenye hawana ushago, it means the streets, literally, because you can't pay rent, where you gonna live. You can't feed yourself, where you gonna eat. So literally, you're one salary away from the streets.
So if this number, sorry, go ahead.
I mean, it is also true, because you see, for the middle class, it's basically hand to mouth.
Yes, it is.
What you earn goes,
it's consumed
directly, all of it, and then you wait for the next month to again get something, and all of it is consumed. So that's part of the reason why we are saying that at the moment, given that the middle class are being taxed highly, or the taxes are affecting them greatly, and given the fiscal space that we're in, whereby our revenue generation is equal to the debt that we are supposed to be paying, Kenya is actually ready to start integrating wealth tax into its system. It is a gradual process. It's not a one-time thing, and it has to be done in the right way. And you have to consult people as well, and you also have to give that let me call it civic education to everyone. If it is for instance the media, right, you guys, you communicate to a number of people, and how the reporting is done also matters, so that to eliminate the misinformation and misunderstanding. The political class has also to be educated on the same, so that they don't misunderstand it as a target.
This same political class that voted for the finance bill.
I mean, you have to, you see, CT loves quotes, right? And let me use one from South Africa, that do not find fault in what you don't understand. I think that's Nelson Mandela. Yeah.
Okay. What did he mean?
So you need to reserve judgment where there is lack of evidence.
Repeat that again, please.
You need to reserve judgment where there is lack of evidence.
There's this planet you visit every once in a while.
Yes.
Especially on weekends. Social media.
Yes.
See, this is where it should be applied.
It should be applied there.
Yes. Something is said, and immediately it is taken as the absolute truth, and you're wondering, where's the evidence to support this thing?
Yes.
Where? Wacha kuongea. See, it's a Kenyan thing.
Yeah.
It is.
And then insults are flying left, right, and center. Mara, somebody has been called to the other one has been called to the other, and you're thinking, the truth is being lost here.
Yeah,
actually, you're right.
And that's why actually when I'm saying that there needs to be that civic education among all categories of people, the media, the political class, the common mwananchi, so that there is no misunderstanding of what wealth tax is about, and what is meant to do.
If you live in a Paul, go ahead.
You know, last week I saw, it was I think Wednesday, Thursday thereabout. There's a politician who was attending a function somewhere, and he was talking about school capitation. You remember that 95 shillings we were talking about?
95, yeah.
Bwana huyu jamaa alisema ati serikali inapatia watoto wetu shilingi 95. And I was like, first of all, that's a lie. But he told me something that he also doesn't understand that capitation and how that money is distributed,
the
and
breakdown,
the breakdown of that money,
or
he has decided at a church to crowd.
Yeah.
And you know the crowd, hii inajua tu ile imeandikwa kwa gazeti na imesikika kwa TV na radio, tunapatiwa 95 shillings. And I was like, this guy is... So I was like, he's either lying or he doesn't understand.
Yeah.
Of which I think chances are he does not understand.
Yes. And that's why before you introduce something, you need to make the people understand.
Yeah.
That is when you will actually have what is meaningful public participation.
Yes.
Because even right now, if you call people to participate, say on the finance bill, pre-2023, the conversation around finance bill was quite mute. It was in the political class. But after 2023, which there were demonstrations, and then 2024, now every other cycle, people are like, what is the finance bill saying? Now it needs to move from that, because the awareness has been created, to even broaden the conversation so that people know about the budget, the whole budget cycle. And understand how they can actually contribute, because it starts in August all the way through to the following year in June. But most of the people will only concentrate on it in May and June.
Yes.
So now we need to expand that, and what it will do, it will make people concentrate on sectors specifically. So if you take education sector, for instance, at the moment in the current budget, they have a deficit of about 300 billion. And there are a number of things that get affected. For instance, the school meals. Ile pesa yenye waliomba for them to use, they've not been given. And actually it has reduced from the previous budget. The previous budget, if you combine the supplementary and the initial budget, it was about 4.9 billion. The current allocation is 3 billion. That simply means that the number of school meals that will be provided will reduce, right? And now you see, when I talk of public participation throughout the budget process, there is that budget policy statement whereby the government gives its priorities, and the estimates which each sector are giving. That those are opportunities where people can actually come in to give their input and tell the various ministries or departments that, look, the priorities of government were this, and that. We're seeing in your budget you're having this, which is not matching what was on the other side. And also, according to your report for the previous financial year, you say that your priority areas are this, you had a shortfall of that. Now, at that, if we get to that particular level, then we will have achieved meaningful public participation.
Is it possible for this budget making process to be made consumable, much more consumable at the county level, so that all the 47 counties understand the budget making process? I'll tell you why I say this. All counties have a budget. All counties have a budget making process. If they can understand how this process relates to them in their counties, it is very easy for them to understand what happens at the national level. again, tied on to this, the process of lawmaking. County governments, the assembly, should be part of a process, of making laws for the country, the bylaws that the county uses to do certain things. Again, is it possible for there to be a process that makes it possible for these people to understand? I say this because if you interact with a certain reality in your county and you understand it, understanding it at the national level becomes so much easier.
Yeah.
And you can understand how each one affects the other. And I say this again because the conversation is always at the national level. And we forget that the county governments receive money also.
True.
Which are intended for the same purposes that the national government is intended for. But we don't discuss them as much. Somehow, the problem is with this June thing where the Minister for Finance comes and starts telling us about fellow Kenyans.
The budget is what you're calling the June thing.
It happens in June.
No, just confirming. It is what you're calling the June thing.
It's a June thing because it's a thing. Cigarette imeenda juu, pombe imeenda chini kidogo tu, lakini si pombe yote. Bia imefanya hivi, kuna ile unaita whiskey. Imeenda hivi na hivi na hivi na hivi.
Hard liquor.
Yes, and then kuna cigarette. That process, there are those who've taken time to understand it, and it is important that you do. Because if we don't understand this at the level where it concerns us most, and that is actually at the county level, all right? National level will just be making noise because somebody else has started that noise and it seems nice for you to follow.
Yeah.
But as individuals, we will not have come to terms to the point where we actually understand what it is that we're talking about.
Okay.
Yes.
All right.
Because yesterday I was having this conversation. Yes, with some gentleman, tulikuwa tumeenda Mombolezi ya Matanga. And we were kept, we were somewhere in Langata, just dark streets. Tulimajua ni kazi ya county, Really? I said, yes.
Street lights?
Hakuna. Hakuna kabisa. The lights you see are lights that are on people's gates. So you think they're street lights. We don't.
Yeah.
So he told me, but how did we arrive at this? And this, I don't, this is my opinion. Said, we made a mistake electing Sakaja. Said, we made. I said, yes, we did. So he asked me, who did you vote for? I said, at the time, I voted for this guy called Igade. He said, but why? I said, they're both young, but Igade had evidence that he had worked in structured setups and he had held positions of leadership in those structured setups. So he understood processes and programs. I said, Sakaja has been a politician throughout. He's a politician. This sitting down, this idea that things have to be structured this particular way, there's nothing in his history, his lived experience of business and politics that pointed me towards him having been sat down to work in this disciplined format where people have to do A, B, C, D. He's a politician.
And where there are deliverables, yes, KPIs and all that.
Kila kitu and accountability and people report to you. Now, when you're a politician, you are always on the go over something or the other, and you're always pandering to the winds and whims of something that is happening. Now, the mistake is not Sakaja. The mistake is putting the responsibility of such a huge economy on somebody who has never been in a structured setting. It is a disaster in the making, so you can't actually even blame him. He will try his level best, and his level best won't work.
You know, sometimes when you want to, pass someone an object, so let's even say it's this phone. There are some people bale ukimrushia ataishika vizuri sana, lakini kuna mtu kirushia ataiondekea uone imeenda tu chini tu pa. So Wakenya ni kama walirushia Sakaja hiyo kitu na yake iachilia tu hivi.
No, si makosa yake bro. Hiyo kitu, his understanding of it and what it is are two very different things.
That's what I'm saying. So makosa ni kwa mwenye alirusha hiyo kitu.
Yes, so yeye
wewe uliona huyu mjamaa hawezi shika.
No, hiyo kitu hawezi.
Hawezi daka, tunasanga kudaka.
Hawezi.
So wewe ukamrushia.
Yes.
Na sasa ajua ya daka unaanza kushangaa.
No, isitoshe unajua mambo hayafikii tu malalamishi, You blame. And I'm saying, but no. This is the largest economy of the counties and the second largest economy we have, and contributes a huge percentage to the economy of the country. Should we not think seriously about who we want to run this particular economy? This is not something it's not a political decision. Okay, tuko na nani? Opendi, okay. Na Mbuvi, okay. Na John, kati yao wawili mawezetosa coin. Okay. John anaonekana anavaga tai, huyu anaweza kufanya hiyo kazi. Upenje naye, God Almighty, this is where now you look at, there is no school you go to become a governor or a president. But these are governments. You need to understand structure.
Yeah.
You need to understand form. You need to understand how these units function. If you don't, haki tuko na shida.
Haki tuko na shida.
Yes.
All right. So John, final words, as we finish up on this whole issue of wealth taxation.
Yeah.
Over to you.
These are final remarks.
Yes.
So, on wealth taxation, we believe that it's time that, as part of the medium-term revenue strategy to expand Kenya's tax base, we need to introduce certain bits and start building the infrastructure necessary for administering wealth tax. That will include empowering and giving the KRA the necessary tools to do that, entering into agreements, especially data exchange, information exchange agreements with other countries across the world, because the issue of wealth taxation is actually global. It was most recently in the G20 summit, I think in 2024, whereby there was that discussion on taxing the most wealthy people in the world. So we need to have that information exchange with other countries. The reason for that, it will avoid capital flight. Unasikianga mambo ya somebody registers a company in a certain place and and also
kama Dubai hivi.
Yes. And after we do that, or as we do that, there also needs to be that civic education for an understanding of what wealth tax is, and to eliminate the misunderstanding that might be there. As we do that again, we need to have policies, clear set policies and regulations on how we apply exemptions. And the reason why I say that is because if you look at the Finance Bill 2026, there are certain exemptions that are being introduced, like exemptions on capital gains tax for transfers of property into real estate investment trust, that in as much as they are meant to deepen the capital markets and promote investments in this particular area, at this particular time, being that already these trusts have a number of exemptions, we need to rethink, because we are creating tax avoidance machines in a way. So we need to have regulations, proper regulations on how we exempt. And then finally, we need to sit down with the political class and educate them on what wealth tax is and how to promote the willingness of people in terms of taxation. And how to introduce and integrate this new taxing
model. All right.
Yeah.
Thank you so much, John. This is where we come to an end as far as the conversation is concerned. Do stand by, because coming through right now is the news with Winnie Maganga.
This is the Radio Generation News.
Good morning, I'm Winnie Maganga. Treasury Cabinet Secretary John Mbadi has called for calm as commuters in several parts of the country continue to experience disruptions linked to rising fuel prices. Matatu operators in several areas, including the capital Nairobi, have begun their planned strike over the hiked prices. Mbadi, speaking on NTV this morning, said the government will reconvene upon President William Ruto's return from Azerbaijan to explore further interventions aimed at cushioning Kenyans from soaring fuel costs.
We can only hope that this war will end. But as we hope, and it is not ending, we take some decisions. I am sure, as a government, we'll sit again when the president comes back and convince he will have to look at what else can we do. But let us not be emotional about this. But again, I am not saying nothing can be done, but you have to balance off. That is what I am saying. There is a balance of scale. And again, emotions that I'm talking about is not about someone who is walking to work. It is about the decision now to call the strike.
The government has announced plans to intensify a crackdown on political violence across the country to ensure next year's elections are conducted peacefully amid growing concerns over political hooliganism. Speaking in Cherangani, Trans Nzoia County Interior Cabinet Secretary Kipchumba Murkomen said all political sides will be treated equally in the crackdown.
Kwa miaka mingi sana siasa yetu imekuwa ni siasa ya kutumia vijana kufanya vita, kufanya mambo ya insecurity. Lakini tulisema tunataka kubadilisha hii Trans Nzoia na Cherangani ikuwe ni sehemu ya amani na watu wakae kwa umoja. Na nimeona kuna viongozi wengine wanalia kwamba tunaondoa watu wa kuumiza watu.
ODM leader Oburu Oginga says the party will hold talks with President William Ruto over the rising cost of fuel, which continues to increase the cost of living for many Kenyans. Speaking in Kisumu during ODM Nyanza Delegates Consultative Forum, Oburu said global conflicts, especially in the Middle East, had contributed to higher fuel prices. However, he said the government could still ease the burden by reducing some fuel taxes.
We know the bay of mafuta is due. It's high, and our people are suffering. This is an international phenomenon which is happening because of some war in the Middle East. But we are going to approach our government. We are going to approach President Ruto, and we also have our Minister of Finance here, John Badi. We are going to talk and see how people can be given some relief. So that people can be given some relief, it is a bit too high.
A cruise ship that sparked global concern after a deadly hantavirus outbreak is expected to end its voyage in Rotterdam today. The MV Hondius, operated by Dutch company Oceanwide Expeditions, is scheduled to dock between 10 a.m. and midday local time. Officials say the remaining 27 people on board, 25 crew members and 2 medical staff, will be disembarked and placed under quarantine for several weeks. And that's the truth on Radio Generation. Good morning, I'm Winnie Maganga.
The views and opinions expressed on this program are those of the guests and do not necessarily reflect the views of Radio Generation. Radio Generation assumes no responsibility or liability for the interviewee's views. This is Radio Generation. In the beginning, there was morning radio. But now there is Radio Generation's The People's Breakfast. Curious and bold, getting facts from the shadows.
That's what it is.
Now, as the city wakes and secrets stir, a bright new voice shines. The People's Breakfast. Your morning, your voice, your journey. Good morning.
Good morning, my neighbor.
Welcome to the home of hard truths and bold insights. Radio Generation.
Yes, good morning. Welcome back to Radio Generation. The time right now is 8 minutes past 9 o'clock. And this is the home of hard truths and bold insights. In Nairobi, we're on 88.8 FM. In Mombasa, it's 90.7 FM. And that lovely county of Garissa, it is 89.5. I'm watching videos here from several, media spaces. And, watu wanatandikwa. I had watu wa boda boda. I find this very, very bad, very wrong. Now there's ini ambulance ya Machakos County, so I wonder where in Machakos this is. Anyway, we'll give you the updates as they come, but this is actually very wrong. I understand the whole blockade. I understand the whole, telling people to, reject or do whatever. Hapa ni Kitengela na ambua ni Kitengela. But as far as stoning vehicles is concerned, come on, guys. Stoning Matatus, come on. Stoning pikipiki, come on. Private vehicles, someone could be rushing their loved one to hospital, then you stone the vehicle. Surely, that should be avoided, Sawa sawa. In this particular hour, we want to have a conversation around, the annual Pan-African Media Summit and news consumption in this particular digital era, especially we call it the information age, where everything could be fake. Some actually is fake. Others is misinformation, malinformation, disinformation, and all those things that come before information. And with us is the Director, Media Training and Development, Media Council of Kenya, Victor Bwire. Victor, good morning and welcome to Radio Generation.
Good morning.
Salama?
Salama, nashukuru. Wewe?
Niko salama kama unavyoniona. Nilifika hapa 5 am, hakukuanga na shida yote barabarani. Si kupata mtu yote akanirushia mawe. Lakini si unaona venye tunaona hapa YouTube. Watu umefika namna gani?
I had to change my car and use my private car instead of the public vehicle because it was rough. Walikuwa wanafukuza watu, sasa wanarusha mawe. So I had to go and change the car.
Yes.
I had even called another to reschedule.
The producer.
But then when I changed, I managed.
Yes.
But it's not friendly.
No, we are glad that you could make it. We're glad you could make it, and we also pray that tukimaliza hii mazungumzo pia wakati wa kurudi itakuwa sawa.
No, we pray so.
Yes, we do. Anyway, let's talk about the annual Pan-African Media Summit and news consumption in this particular digital era. We'll start with the Pan-African Summit. Tell us a little bit about
Thank you. Last week, precisely 13th and 14th, it has been planned, obviously, forever. It was supposed to mark the World Press Freedom Day, which is marked on 3rd every year.
Yes.
That started in Namibia, 1991. Editors from Africa converged and gave us some thinking around an independent, plural, and sustainable media. And so the subsequent year, the UN adopted the day as the World Press Freedom Day. So every 3rd of May, but it happened to be on a Sunday, and there were other pressing issues. So it was in Kenya, the major players, Kenya, the Media Council of Kenya, Kenya Editors Guild, Kenya Union of Journalists, and AMWIC, the Association of Media Women in Kenya, thought about expanding the discussion just away from just being a Kenyan thing. That a lot of what we are dealing with are global or continental issues that need approach. So while there was a team that was supposed to meet in Zambia, which was hosting the Global World Press Freedom Day, the Kenya, we did the Pan-Africa Media Conference, which also ran alongside the African Forward Looking Summit.
Yes.
So the Pan-African Media Summit concentrated around issues of media and communication, as you mentioned rightly, and this brought guests from over 30 countries from Africa, and then we had a few countries from Europe.
Yes.
That joined that, so we had nearly 36 countries converging, nearly 600 delegates, and in one of the hotels in Nairobi.
Okay.
And the bigger thinking, when we started the thing around the Pan-African Media Conference, there was a lot of excitement that people, the discussions must move away from countries, regions to a continent, because some of the challenges we are talking about in media seem to be similar, and you look at how Europe is managing it. It's a collegiate approach that while African countries are very small markets, Meta can do without Kenya, or can do without Uganda. I mean, they can. They were banned in Uganda. Facebook for how many years? In Nigeria, X was banned for. I mean,
so and they're still making their billions.
Billions. So the thinking must be around now Pan-African thinking, that how does the continent engage both at these digital platforms, because media, as you mentioned, has moved online majorly, but also as a market, what do we offer?
I'm actually curious to know some of the conversations you had specifically on the challenges that media on the continent is facing.
Sure, and as I mentioned, the challenges seem to be similar. And which studies we are also seeing from, for example, Europe, Germany, the challenges, but the Africans one a bit bigger in the sense that one, technology, while technology is leading media today, I mean, it's the in thing. Even you here, you have a converged newsroom, integrated newsroom. But how many people, for example, access internet in Kenya? I mean, the internet is still too expensive. While us in towns, we say 10 bob, you can get bundles. But in the villages, how many people can afford? When we are still, some areas have never been connected with the electricity. Somebody charges their phone on Monday, he wants to stay with it up to Tuesday. So they don't want to go online because consumption.
You're actually right, because again, in the morning I was telling Sitini, kuna mazishi kadhaa nimeattend over the weekend. Now there's one specific remote area I went to. Phones ran out of charge by 5 p.m. jioni.
That's it.
People couldn't, and then sasa huko hakuna stima. Ule mtu mmoja kwa hiyo village akona solar. Line imepanga hivi.
We still have charging kiosks. One person you take your phone in the morning. And so a lot of people preserve the energy. They don't want to go online.
True,
so
you're right.
Even as we say, digital is pushing, but how many? Then obviously the issues of illiteracy and literacy. What are the literacy level? Because for you to go internet to pick information from internet or news, you must be a literate person. So what is the literacy level in our countries?
Okay.
And then the issue of languages. While Europeans have one English, French, one language, but in Kenya we have how many languages?
44.
So you obviously see some of those challenges are running that the cost. Even the internet or digital infrastructure, you have mentioned it as some areas that where you can get even phone internet is, phone connectivity.
Oh yeah, there's the issue of network also.
Is still a challenge.
Unatembea hivi na simu.
Yes, I'm upande mti, you see. So in such areas, how do they compete with Europe? So those are some of the running challenges, that the cost of initial investment, big challenge, language. Now there's the issue of also information, misinformation, manipulation, and the rest. That how far are we media and digital literate to pick out useful information from non-useful information?
Like in the WhatsApp groups that I am in, the number of fake news I see.
Forwarded as received, and sometimes
unaona na mwenye ametuma sasa hata ni maybe ni anko yako ama na aunti yako, sasa hata ujue mwambiaje anko this is fake news.
And it's even worse in professional groups like journalistic groups. You see even where you least expect. But journalists and professional groups are the leading even misinformation
news,
by purveyors. So those are some of the issues, that what the level of digital media literacy among even we media consumers or even we media producers and professionals is that level now. What about somebody else? And so we start seeing those challenges are running across Africa that we are talking about almost similar things. Then while other countries are coming up with very progressive laws to help the internet and other related digital for expanding access to information, for us we are still coming up with laws like Cybercrime Act to curtail. We still have a host of laws that still do not allow. In Kenya, we still have 21 laws. While we talk about 3 good laws, Article 33, 34, 35, they are good, progressive, yes, but we still have 21 laws that negate those 3 laws. And that's why you see even globally, the Reporters Without Borders, when they are doing global ranking of freedom of expression and access, globally, Kenya is still ranking 100 and something. You see, because of our legal
and
system.
It is because of that, the laws that we have.
The 21, because the ranking system largely looks at the legal system, the legal environment of a country, irrespective of what. So if we have 3 very nice laws, but we have 21 very bad laws, we still have Official Secrets Act, we still have the Archives and Documentation Act, our Copyright Act is not good, we still have the Books and Newspaper Act. Those are 1970 something laws. Public Management Act.
They're actually even earlier than that. In the 70s they were just modified slightly. But Secret Service Act and things like that, the content is the problem really, because there's no country in the world that doesn't have it.
Sure.
Official Secrets Act, meaning this is something you can't talk about if you work in a certain place. However, after a certain period of time, it can be made public.
That's the 30 years actually. That what the Archives and Documentation Act say.
Yes.
But you have seen so many government letters, official letters on WhatsApp.
Oh yes.
Even as the official secretary act is there. And sometimes when you have an official secretary that have not been aligned, for example, with that called that 5 of the Constitution on access to information, what is permissible information and what's not permissible information. But because the situation that prevailed in 1952 when that act was being formed, it's not the same situation that's prevailing today.
In 1952, it was meant to serve an emergency.
That's the thing.
It was meant to subjugate. Yes, it was meant to subjugate Africans. It was created specifically that the African could be disadvantaged in every way possible by that particular law.
Yeah. So if we are still running such a law today, while it's necessary, like you mentioned, that some information must, the Access to Information Act, even if you check Article 35 or the Access to Information Law of 2016, it has limitations. Because it's obvious there's some information like on national security, on public morality, on information that would incite communities against communities. It's not allowed. You know, the law limits that.
But there's something here that I'd like to ask you, because this is something that is your area of understanding and expertise. How exactly do you think Kenyans actually relate to the rule of law? Is it something we live with reluctantly? Is it something we seek to avoid? Or is it something that, yes, or is it something that provides as a national sport called hypocrisy, where on the one hand, if it relates to somebody else, we say, you know, the law says this. When it relates to us, we say, you don't understand the interpretation of the law.
The last two.
Yes.
That one hapo kwa hypocrisy.
Yes.
And the other one you said we run away from.
Yes, it's our relationship. How do we relate to the law? Because there is a conflict that I see.
Big one. It's a situation that we have never respected ourselves. While on paper, and that's why I'm saying, while on paper we mark and say we have this progressive constitution, we have all these things. Like in journalism where I work, the issue of impunity, that from 1960 something, only 2 people have ever been charged for assaulting or harassing a journalist. Yes, there are laws. We are a signatory to international, the UN conventions, our own laws, SDG 16A, and somebody beats a journalist or harasses a journalist, is captured with a camera.
And it happens fairly often. A journalist's camera is destroyed.
Yes.
Yes.
And the law is clear, protection of property. And nobody's, so we conveniently, like you mentioned, we conveniently respect the law. That where it favors me, I'll respect. Where I think it's not.
Yeah,
and even you have seen even our learned friends, the lawyer will tell you the law is very clear. The same law everybody says is law very clear, but everybody interprets in their own. So then that's what about us laymen. So sometimes we do, but it's a very convenient obedience of the law.
But consider also that those who are supposed to help us guarantee the operationalization of these laws, how they also relate to the law. Because everything that I see, the practice of the law for a good number, not the majority, a good number of people who are police officers, is that the law gives them absolute powers. That seems to be the interpretation of the powers that they're given. Not to serve. No. There's an absoluteness to them in the way they talk to you, in the way they approach you. And I said, it is a number, it's not a large number. But if that is the relationship,
some of the senior officers,
and you start noticing that what is the level of respect by our duty bearers to the law, and that sometimes perpetuate. You have just complained about the Matatus a few seconds ago. They are beating up people on the road, and the strike was voluntary. Keep your car away from the road. Those who want to walk,
it was precisely that. Now it has become dictatorial. It is a must.
People are beating up others. You are rushing somebody to hospital. You are doing all. Somebody is beating you up. So and nobody does anything. You know, so in that level.
What will be of interest, Victor, is the conversation after this. The government sent, you'll hear that one. The government sent people to beat people up. I question that narrative myself.
I mean, you can, and you obviously see even how we sometimes operate is the minister for the cabinet secretary for treasury who is warning Matatus.
That's not his docket. It's not his docket.
That sometimes we lower down some serious issue. That will be a national security council issue, and
it is
for interior.
It is
give direct that the strike is voluntary. Those who don't want, but now when you start mixing,
did they give direction?
There's no direction. They have
even those who are purportedly organizing these things, have they given direction?
No.
It's essentially they've opened up a free for all.
Yes, nobody seems to bother. So like you mentioned, even as citizens, we don't respect the law. The duty bearers don't respect the law. So sometimes while we have a good law, and we rush for laws. If you look in Ghana, for example, and we think laws can solve everything. But sometimes it's a culture issue. That have we grown to respect laws? And have we grown to respect other people's rights? Or yes, because in journalism, I ask. There is in our penal code section, I think 66.
Yeah.
It talks about publication of false news is wrong. So why are we coming up with computer misuse? Why are you in the village when people fight in a market, there are laws to deal with that. Laws cannot keep up with the technology, and so you can't be making laws every day.
No, you can't.
And what you have, you don't respect even. So some of the answers we rush, and that's practically what we are saying. That do people even respect the existing laws? Is it the absence of laws? Is it our culture? Is it where people just want to look at our political parties? Look at everybody here seems to be doing their own things that favors them, and it becomes very difficult for now the general us who are following. It even becomes now a hindrance to the democratic process, that you can't, where somebody favors somebody or it favors you, you do this. When somebody favors you, so at what level do we as a country then say this is what guides us as a country? What is somebody asked the other day, what's the Kenyan motto? Do we have a motto as a country?
Yes.
We have a national anthem. Yes, we tried.
Actually, I want to tell you, haki na ulinzi.
That's our
Arambe.
That is our national motto.
So, I mean, when we were doing this conference last week, Pan-Africa, every country was saying their country motto. Country motto. We reach Kenya, we have no country motto. It's so embarrassing that even the culture, the things we take for granted, there's nothing that sometimes unites us other than once in a while sports when we are winning.
But does that, the point you raise is an extremely valid one. Does it not then speak to the way we do things?
Yeah, we are just...
We're neither here nor there, really. We're also everywhere at the same time. Yeah, it's true. We're not aligned at the same time we're aligned. I mean, we're
neither here nor there.
That's what I'm saying. We're everywhere. That's what I mean. Look, let me give you an example of what I mean.
Okay.
The 2010 Constitution, lovely, beautiful, wonderful. And you know what we did, which was even better? We had the devolution of the authority to help us. Then we had a commission on the implementation of the Constitution.
True.
Then you know what we did?
We disbanded it after 5 years.
Voilà. You have a new constitution. Those things should be given a 15-year lifespan. You know why? You are guiding the implementation. You have this set of laws. We have never had an opportunity to relate to it. Now we are relating to it. The reason why you have this commission on the implementation is that as we relate to it, one day we say, we thought this way, but this thing is not working.
It's not working.
Able to find heavy. My case in point. We remove powers from the chiefs because in colonial times the chiefs had a heck of a lot of power and they abused it. But with the advent of what we call independence, who do you think was listened to more in a village? A chief or the OCPD?
A chief.
Yes,
chief is in your relative.
Now, why then do you dilute the power of this person who knows everybody in that locality? OCPD in Guinea, they've been transferred and but they actually know very little. This is a local. He actually or she knows exactly what goes down
in that
and in terms of ensuring that the law is followed, this person can do a far better job than that OCPD.
Yeah. So we dilute the chiefs.
Yes,
we created the ward administrators.
Yes.
Of national government
who nobody cares about. Yes, and nobody even listens to unless they want bursary checks. Okay.
So now, as a country, to us a lot of things are events, not processes.
Yes.
We want to fix today. We finish. We go on. So we never allow things to grow and we pick lessons and we see.
Victor, every time I come across issues of land in the village, and I realize that the chief would have helped solve that thing quickly.
So much.
And if the chief couldn't, you went to the DO.
Yes, that was the line.
You knew this thing is. You actually did not need to go to court because somebody who's lived among these people, even if they're a guest, will know. Let's call so and so and so and so and so and so. Let's talk about this thing. That thing will be resolved. Okay. But right now, who do we associate with the law whom we can listen to? That's really the question I'm asking.
It's a challenge. Even in the land issue you are raising, the chiefs sit on the lands board, location land board.
They do.
But you move higher, there's now a county surveyor and register of land. There's a national surveyor and of land.
Yes.
You know, then it has become business. Then now everything goes to court, where a lot of our people do not understand land matters in courts.
And even that board, you cannot rely on to make a decision that will be just. Because they can be spoken to.
Yes, and there's now this obvious one called special boards, where you pay some extra money. These guys pass anything they don't do even.
To expedite. Yes, to make things will move faster.
So you can obviously, it's not that lack of land or lack of good practice.
Yeah.
Because if we had a working system, why don't we integrate it so that it's...
And we had a working system.
Yeah.
We had a working system. And it's something, you know, in the absence of trust, it's very difficult to implement the law.
That's it.
Just a few updates here. There's someone who goes by the name of Brooke Kihoro on X. He is saying police are shooting live bullets along Thika Road.
Sasa unaona sasa.
Again, unconfirmed because sijui Brooke Kihoro na lakini even ndio wameandika on X. Then we have also a situation on Waiyaki Way. Vehicles are being forced to turn back. Hapa ni Kangemi.
From where?
Wakitoka Kangemi wakielekea town, wanapiga kona pale karibu just after 87 after 87 hapo ndio wanapigia kona.
Wanaambia rudi.
Hata wewe utaenda na gari yako unaona mawe zinarushwa.
Yeah,
yeah, so Thika Road.
Sasa hiyo mawe ni ya nini?
According to Chief Kihoro. And then on Thika Road, hiyo hata tulisha maneno Thika Road huko ni kubaya, kuna kitu inasonga huko. And other places including Waiyaki Way, Ngong Road as well. Kuna shida hapa na pale Thika Road, alafu mali sijasikia ni Mombasa Road, lakini hiyo inasemekana Kitengela things are really bad. In the CBD, people are running helter skelter. This is a few minutes ago as well. Some chaos within the CBD.
You know, the issue of fuel and the cost is indeed burdensome.
Yes.
But what is being achieved here?
Yeah. Kangware area also, I understand things are thick. Earlier on, kuna jamaa anaitwa Eric Omondi, the comedian turned activist. He had brought some jerrycans to town. Why he brought them, I have absolutely no idea. But yes, chaos.
As you see, as a country, we have even lost trust. We can't mediate. We can't agree even on a simple, small thing. You know, even the communication, those who are in charge with the communication, the duty bearers talk down to you. They can't help you understand. And obviously, the communication and online, like what we are talking about. What is our online space like? People are bringing exactly the video cuts when the current president was campaigning on the same, for example, issue.
Yeah.
And you see, so that's the information ecosystem we have, that the internet never forgets, and those things revise those discussions again and again. But now they're also prone to misinformation, manipulation, and the rest, and people time. They bring a particular clip at a particular time when they know it will ignite people. They're big. So if you go online right now, you'll see a lot of those clips when the current leadership was still campaigning and talking about why fuel, the war in Ukraine and Russia cannot affect Kenya. Now you see now believability. So if today, even if somebody says it's a global thing, it's not Kenya made, but last 2-3 years ago you told us there's no connection. So you see that believability, internet doesn't behave, credibility of information being given by those in power, it becomes a challenge. And now if that level, now, what about Victor and other people around here? How would they believe? So, we're also talking about government communication, public communication, messaging, believability of what we say. And you see, it trickles down. That this powerful institution, information access, the youth, social media, 24% of Kenyans are getting the information from youth. That's the age of 15 to about 34. Now, these are the most, for example, people who have gone to school, most active, who have bundles, who have Wi-Fi where they are. So, you can obviously see how they can push this information out. And like in WhatsApp group, if you are like me, I belong to about 200 WhatsApp groups.
Okay.
So if you give me information in a minute, if I just go to those, in a minute, in about a day, that information has reached 1 million Kenyans. Remember, we have now 16 million Kenyans on WhatsApp. So you can obviously see whether the information is manipulated or credible. You see the challenges it's causing. So again, those are the discussion we were having during the Pan-African media. That what role digital platform in democratization process. That if we don't manage it well, then it will just be also a an anti-democratic process.
So the countries, specifically the 30 African countries, also expressed a similar...
That's the discussion.
Okay, our European counterparts?
The same.
Same.
Countries like Kosovo, Latvia, Asia, Turkey, the issue of misinformation is, in fact, like now in countries like Estonia, Latvia, the biggest
Estonia?
Yes,
1.3 million people, they have that
the
problem.
biggest challenge now because of the Russia thing, the war with Russia, and
they're not very far from Russia.
Yes, so it's a major information manipulation. It's a whole industry for some people.
Actually, do you remember the days when we understood something called fake news? It was around the time when
President Trump was elected the first time. That's when he introduced the concept of fake news.
Yes.
And alternative truths.
And there's a guy called Biden. Okay. Remember that one?
Yes.
And it was the Russians have sponsored this man, this has happened here, this has happened here. And we also discovered that there was an entire industry.
It's an industry.
In that part which was called the Eastern Europe. That there are people here, that's their business.
Selling,
it's what they do.
Manipulating and selling.
You can actually go and engage them and say, well, this is what I'd like you to do.
Yes, and they'll do it for you.
Yes. Now you see, them, they're consumer friendly. You can get small units and packages of what you want. Cambridge Analytica dealt to the nation. Okay? Nation, the client, and say, okay, how much disinformation do you really want us to deal with? What do you want us to do? Then they proceed to manipulate, misinform, disinform, and all that. But even if you look, and it's a good thing we have this issue of fuel today. Good in this sense. Not that vehicles are being damaged and we are seeing violence where it doesn't need to be.
Yes.
Is that one, there's a narrative about this issue that is being driven. There's nothing organic about this. This thing is being driven. Okay? Then there's violence with hapless people who don't really know they're doing the work or two and V2. But there are those who are also very deliberate and they know exactly what it is that they are doing. So by the time you bring in the police, you get the impression this thing was intended to bring out the police.
Yes. How do you
and it is hoped that the police would fire, and it is hoped that the police might shoot a few people. Then you can carry on with the agenda that you intended to propagate to begin with. Now, I personally used to think, this one hii, nikisikia hii, ni kuna watu tu wanaongea tu, hii is propaganda. Actually, I've come to believe it is not.
It's not.
Because when I see the frequency with it, okay, this isn't a Sufuria revolution issue. No. Let's start with one simple conversation. What is the cost of fuel on the continent currently?
In fact, you are seeing the figures. Like Kenya is not the most expensive.
By far.
It's not the most expensive on the continent. But like you mentioned, the issue of information. And that's why we are talking about information. How do you, for example, content moderate? How do you, for example, ensure there's clean content on our digital and liberty media like yourself? That who can help us detect some of this harmful content, radicalization, violent extremism, dating sites that are destroying youths, the issue of lotteries and betting. It's a big issue that we need a conversation, and laws only will not solve this. You go to countries like Sweden, the Scandinavian, media literacy is introduced in primary schools that will help to understand that media is, content on media is not a Bible, that people can manipulate information.
Actually, they've gone even further with countries like Spain, where the only push of kila mtu awe na computer. They've said apana. There's an age where you are allowed to start using a computer regularly. Before then, classroom teaching ile kawaida, mnafundishwa tu na chalk mnaendelea. Yes,
it's a whole business.
They've looked at
Spain, Australia,
yes, a first world country. Yes, but they've observed, even Sweden, they've observed this thing is calling our children harm.
Yes.
You'll find rates of suicide in Panda. Things which weren't there before.
Addiction in
Yes, these children, their mental development cannot allow them to responsibly respond to what is available here, and you can't control it. So
that makes it's a big thing that the children have no capacity to separate good information.
No, they can't. They're too young.
I think also either in Japan or China they introduced a law where children are only allowed specific times for what they call screen time.
Yes.
Paul, this TikTok in China, it's an education tool. For all this entertainment thing to happen, people are educated through that. Why? This is why countries that have invested in research benefit. You start a system and you examine it over time. You watch and you realize this thing is not working the way we intended. In fact, it's causing more harm. So you don't say you cut it out. You say at this up to this level, you are not touching that thing.
And you see now that what we were talking about processes, that we are not process people, we are event people. You deal because like in that, what they do in Sweden, they have introduced even a tax level at national treasury when they're doing their budgeting. There's money for media literacy that is included in the budget and put in the consolidated bank. It will go to schools and to help those, because they know media is here with us. You can't run away, but how do we help our children become responsible users and consumers of media content? But us, we come up with the computer cyber law, we want to punish, but how many? We have 59 million Kenyans. 27 million Kenyans on internet enabled phone. How will you do was jail them? There are people who access Netflix on their phone private in their bedroom. How will you arrest them? So we must already also start thinking, how do we help the system? CBE is already, the new curriculum has a media and technology component, which is already, but have they thought also about the media information digital? How do we help this youth become responsible users and consumers instead of just laws? So you see the first person who was jailed in Kenya, I think, when he tweeted something on Facebook, was a Busia guy, insulted then the former governor of Jamong. He was fined 5 million. So you check 5 million, where will this guy get even 5 million? So the punishing approach always, let's help people grow, let's help people appreciate things. And those are the discussion we are talking about. How do media, how do governments engage with the technology firms, technology companies to have a bigger look, because the community rules are not working, they're so weak by TikToks and what. So how do we engage at that bigger level? One, the issue of content theft, for example. Because we're also focusing on the misinformation. But where does TikTok get information from yourselves? Radio Generation. You will find your content all over. They have stolen. You have spent your money in studio, you are paying staff to generate content, but you will see the same content somewhere free. So how will you then? So the issue of content compensation, we must have a discussion. And South Africa tried it, Canada, Australia, that people, this digital platform, we must have a framework where they compensate content for Radio Generation if they pick your content, because you have spent money to generate that content. That content. So there are also the issue of theft of content. You'll hear a radio station somewhere in Mombasa or Busia that is tapped into your system, and you will see there somebody is listening Radio Generation from another radio station elsewhere. Content theft. How do we deal with such things? You have seen brands where somebody creates the look outsourcing, creates a logo of the Radio Generation, creates content hate speech, and then you call here, you say you hosted here an MP host, then you are saying on that day we never even had such a person. Somebody has created. So there's also brand theft, and all those things are happening. So those are the kind of discussion we had, and it's global. That African continent, there are a lot of media houses, media outlets are suffering. Their content.
I think that is unique to us, but
no, it's global.
By the way, there are 114 countries on this planet who have restricted the use of. No, some just banned outright smartphones. Some have banned the sale of smartphones to children of a certain age. In schools, they banned it outright, and others smart devices and so forth. Meaning, they've had these things for some time. They even manufacture them. And they've realized we are causing more harm than damage. Okay? But what they've also realized in some of these instances, they have to educate the parents.
That's the thing.
Well, the parents think it is good for the children, but the parents are not privy to the research that has been done by the government. And so they have to educate the parents and say, what you think is actually good is not. These are the statistics. So it's odd. The pushback has been from the parents, not even the children.
And we are running a program we have started. Actually, I have just come at night from Kakamega, where we are doing digital and media literacy for youth in secondary schools, journalism clubs. So like yesterday, we had about 40 schools from 4 counties. That was 800 students and 80 teachers for a whole day engagement on this thing, media information literacy, do's and don'ts, demarcation, retooling and what, and helping students. So we are running a very big project across the country on media information for youth, but we started with youth in schools because it's easier a bit to organize them through the journalism clubs. So schools are encouraged to form, and those are part of the resolution actually of the conference, that we must enhance digital media literacy for our youths, parents, teachers, religious leaders. It's a big, in Kenya here, radio stations, religious leaders have over 80 radio stations. But look at the content on Sunday, these miracles, manipulated information. And you know that you have people glued there and looking at weird.
Sunday 10 a.m.
Yes.
Come for your miracles.
Yes.
Okay.
I like the way he has put it, eh? Oh man, it's really bad. It's a pandemic.
It's a serious
but
problem.
you listen, God performs miracles. Has God designated 10:30 in the morning a specific day where miracles happen? No. That's not how it works.
And now you can see misinformation through religious media outlets. So we need information even for religious leaders, for teachers, for our parents, so that, and those are some of the solutions that came from that conference, that we must engage. That where misinformation, the issues of harmful content for our children is a big problem, that if we don't come together as media players, scholars, researchers, and start making people understand, we run a shortcut to laws.
There's a country you've said is teaching media in school.
Media information literacy. There's a whole project. Even UNESCO has a whole curriculum for media literacy in schools, for teachers, for youths. That's a whole project.
In Kenya, we're doing any of this.
That's what the Media Council is doing, like I mentioned. We have been doing media information literacy. But you see, the push is to have some framework. Who does it, where, you see, because it's already now in the new curriculum. Media and technology.
So like the way we have PE.
Yes.
Now we need to have media literacy.
Yes, and so that's we have now a draft. The Media Council, with support of UNESCO and other players, Kenya National Commission on UNESCO, have developed already a draft on our country paper strategy and a draft bill. So that then we legalize the way we teach, because we expect children to know. I mean, you and me, if I listen to Radio Generation, some discussions, I can quickly pick even who's the host. That host must be a Luya, must be a Luo, must be a one-term or two-term, because of the knowledge I have. But how many people would know
have that
literacy? You know, that's some of the challenge where we are getting those things. Who understand who owns media and why? You see, those are issues that we know. But at some stage, you have worked now in a number of media, and you understand the editorial policies are there. But yes, there's also the proprietorial interference in editorial things. So that's some. But how many people understand those things?
For example, in the summit, did you discuss, politicians who own media houses?
And you see, it's global, like I told you, because. The constitution allows anybody to invest in the media. You cannot discriminate.
The same way they can own supermarkets.
No, but Victor, if you were to be honest about this discussion, this West we keep talking of, their media houses are clearly partisan. You know that this particular newspaper supports this particular view and perspective of politics. This one supports it's. There's no doubt. There's no question.
Just like in the US, these ones are left. These ones are right.
At our level, we understand, but you will be surprised if you go to the lower level, the counties and all. People don't understand. If you read one of the headlines, we say we understand, but how many people have that capacity to understand?
Let me ask you the question, Victor. We're talking about the village. What about even those who are in the media in town? How many have invested in their minds to understand the nuances of this particular trade that we are in?
Very few.
Because it's never quite what you see. All these things that we're discussing, the moving parts behind what you call a media house, right? Why is it that every so often you've heard accusations? But more importantly, why have you had the proliferation of media forms? Why do we have the gutter press? Why do you think that they exist? The real press, as we call them. Let me remove the word gutter from it. Because in many instances, the so-called legacy media houses know the things they can't afford to print. But they'll pass it downstream.
And I mean, Weekly Citizen has existed for over 40 years in this country.
And my friend, those fellows have fake news like you've never imagined.
They survive. So there's also an indication towards people think legacy media sometimes lets them down, that they sometimes don't handle public interest issues as it was satisfactorily. While trust in media is going up of late, you have seen because of similar programs, yourselves, NTV and others,
lovely Kenyans who do this.
And we see some level of responsibility and public interest journalism, where you are discussing public interest issues, because content is the king in any media house. Content is the king, professionalism is the queen. But a number of us run content that does not relate to anybody. You see that when you are doing this program, for example, you tag State House, you tag who rarely listen. They're only briefed by their people. Radio generation said this in the morning. But as we are obsessed, the people we think, there's people who send salamus and they're the one who sustain. A lot of our content does not speak to the people. I mean, like today, how many we are seeing those things. How many people are analyzing to tell Kenyans the price of fuel is not even expensive in Kenya more than other countries. The discussion has shifted to the police beating. No, the discussion on fuel has got lost in the whole mixture. The
issue is no longer fuel.
So the other thing,
it's just the chaos.
We will report now the police, the people who have lost property, who have vehicles damaged. Now the fuel is no longer the discussion we are doing, both from us, media, government, and other stakeholders. The discussion has already moved on. So that now we lose public interest discussion so easily that we don't have a day two discussion about some issues that affect, because you are seeing the discussion now human rights violation. It's no longer the fuel cost. That are we allowing a dialogue around what's the issue around this fuel that is causing, and our media sometimes also plays the guard. While media is the mirror of the society, yes, but sometimes we quickly run away. And you'll see even in our studios, there's nobody who gives that background about fuel prices elsewhere. Do we have research clips? Is this the first fuel hike in Kenya? So that we help people contextualize. That's the difference between media and now these other people we call citizens who post anything. But sometimes we also quickly follow them. That's true. Breaking news. So all people must, if you check the media like we are checking, you will see the discussions now on the fighting, the violation, the police shootings. You can't even sometimes understand what was the discussion.
True story.
I just seen somebody send me here a clip of Asia, where people are fighting in a petrol station. Their problem is the pumps have no fuel even. As we have fuel that's selling a bit higher, but in other countries there's not even fuel. So guys are fighting. People have been sleeping 2 days in petrol station waiting for fuel to deliver. Tanks. But here we are fighting about a price. But now if you send a clip of a police officer beating and shooting, now where's the discussion on fuel? Even a context, there's nothing. So sometimes, but there's a lot of trust that a lot of media stations and journalists are doing a lot of good, nice, fantastic work. People want good content. People are listening. You can obviously hear even as people talk about social media, but you heard this discussion about headlines. People complaining about headlines. Headlines are largely mainstream. And another thing, I was talking to somebody. While you think people are running now integrated newsrooms, that in a newspaper, the first thing in the evening before you sleep, you see headlines, all of them on social media. That's how we start. A lot of your conversations here sometimes are generated by something from social media, which then you look at and harmonize and make a discussion here in the studio.
Exactly.
The same way, there are clips they pick from here, from Radio Generation, and also fully on our WhatsApp group. So there's nothing saying about social media and traditional media. The media is so integrated. Conversations are either shaped by social media. You pick something on social media and say, will this make a discussion tomorrow? This looks a good topic. Then you nuance it. The same way, from discussion here, people pick clips and also circulate on social media. So the demarcation has already gone, and that's what we're talking about. How do you, for example, support media? Because obviously, because of sustainability, finance issues, a lot of compromises have been done in media. And the discussions around, could players then set up a media development fund, for example, that would support media houses, do research, do basic things, so that then we also have quality content, because sometimes you want to do quality content, but the resources to do that becomes a challenge. So that's a genuine concern. This research, who does research for media? There's a lot of general statements about media in Kenya, media in Africa, but where is the data? People are talking about data-driven things, but we don't have.
The resolutions you spoke about, for example, those ones on matters to do with the law, how are you going to tackle that? Because we know laws are made in parliament.
But obviously there are ministries.
Are they made in parliament really?
Where are they made?
They are endorsed in parliament, but they must pass parliament even if they are made elsewhere.
So
there's a discussion, because this discussion was fully, the government fully participated through a ministry, the PS was there and some of the discussion now, the conveners just need to pick those conversations, those summarized thinking and share with the government, because even the chairperson of the ICT committee in parliament was there, he attended. And some of these things are are recurring. That for example, we need an AI policy for East Africa, not just Kenya, because if you go now, you'll find either the second or the third most watched TV in Tanzania is a Kenyan TV. The same in Somalia, in Rwanda. So again, there's this cross-border. Today, I'm sure you have been watching what is happening in Uganda with their former speaker.
Yes.
You are getting in real time. It's because of media. So there's no longer Kenya media, Uganda media. Media has gone international. Yeah. So, and that's what we are talking like in the East African Community protocols. They had not included a protocol on media and communication. So we are talking about if media. You remember, there's a time Citizen Radio TV had carried a story on Magufuli in Tanzania, and they were made to apologize. Why? Why would that happen? So obviously that media has also gone across borders.
Yes.
And that's what we're talking about, either a regional protocol on AI in the media, so that the expectation is the same. And that's why we're talking about collegiate approach, that African countries must come together and start thinking about no longer about borders, but communication now is a tool. And remember, and he knows, most of these countries, media is a big way. How do these big countries get these international jobs almost in all positions? They position their candidates through media and make them the best in the courts performing.
They promote
themselves serious, as we have tried at international job, even including the former prime minister. But you see, the communication, the packaging.
No, we don't do a very good
job in that. Yet media is a tool for democracy, political relations, getting those international jobs. You must position your candidates in a particular manner, looking for investors. Which country, if we don't position, Kenya is always positioned as a tourism country only, and we talk about
and
beaches.
We are much more than a tourism country.
Yes, we have bigger opportunities, but who markets us? Who packages us?
You know, who controls the narratives we hear? For instance, if we talk about fuel in this country, it cannot be one thing making the prices of fuel go up. We're now told it is the Middle East. When Russia attacked Ukraine, it was Ukraine, Russia. But ask yourself this very simple question. We have something which was a genius of a plan. You know, we used to have booths where people paid money.
The telephone booths?
No. Booths for paying when you're using road. Gilgil, there were booths that were paid.
Toll station.
And your booth. Okay, and everywhere else. Okay? Somebody said, no, this one doesn't work. Let's just put that cost in fuel. Genius.
Yes.
You will pay it whether you like it or not. Now, let's have a discussion on that one. Do you know how much we collect?
From the fuel levy.
Does anybody ever tell you this is the amount we collect? No, you're not told. But we do see big billboards which tell us this road has been maintained by this one here. We now have Talanta Stadium, and we're told, you know, part of the money that we securitized was from this particular source here. Again, nobody's telling you the amount. But what we do know, there are two entities. One, if you look at our power costs and our fuel costs, bro, if you compute it, let's talk about fuel. 45 to 55% of what we pay is in taxes.
It's true.
This tax and that tax, and this tax and that tax. So, if you reduce the taxation on fuel, by 20%, the price of fuel automatically goes down.
And exactly even
automatically,
even in media, the taxing of this equipment.
Yes.
You can talk to whoever put up this to really how much you spent. The media is too expensive.
It's highly taxed.
In India, for example, they zero rated the tax on on the blood sheets and other equipment.
Then first of all, they manufacture those things themselves. Yes.
Here you import even these transformers. Here you import from Italy or Spain. How much do you pay? There's a discussion about helping government to lower taxes on media equipment and related, but it's not there. So a lot of what we do, that's why media sustainability in our country is almost impossible, because the prices you pay for equipment for putting up a studio, you use averagely 5 to 7 million to run a small TV station in Kenya. Yet in other countries that is 2 years. So again, it has also made information acquisition too expensive for Kenyans. That even as we do all these things, how many people access this information?
You know, at the end of the day, there's this question that we always raise in this studio about having an honest conversation. Okay? If you look at your power bill, look at the components in it, and then you'll understand what you're actually paying for. Okay? Yes. The truth is, must we pay for all these things? And even if we must we pay the amount we keep paying? Okay? Mbadi came up the other day and talked about how they cannot lose 50 billion because of taxes and blah, blah, blah. And I'm thinking, some decisions have to have long-term views to it. Even if it is World Bank or IMF pressurizing you, push back. Because you will make a decision because they've pushed you, then it has economic consequences.
No, for the country.
And when it has economic consequences, it'll have political consequences. So which do you think is dearer? To push back on that World Bank IMF thing, or to go by their suggestion and foment problems which you didn't have to begin with? Now you have them. And once you have them, others will be piled on top of it.
And that's exactly what's happening even in the Middle East. Cheaply, if you don't have money, where people can get quality information.
Yeah.
It's cheaper for somebody to go to a WhatsApp where he has 5 bundles to get fake information, misinformation.
Yes.
Because quality information, we have made it impossible to continue producing quality information through those taxes. And it's global again, like I'm saying, it's Africa. Everybody is complaining that we have made the access to information so costly that even quality information we give, very few people get that information. So that then now our media space has too much dirty information, harmful information, weird dating sites, lottery, and what you get your 10 bob, you can play lottery and try your life, because most of our media stations cannot sustain. Even if they wanted quality and pay well to retain professional skill, if you have not been paid for 6 months, you will go for extension instead of getting a story. So
there are guys who've not been paid for 3 years.
Yes, so imagine such a person given professionalism and given rent by somebody who where public is, he will go for rent and kill the story. Those are realities, and it's happening. And those were some of the discussions that the issue of safety of journalists, for example, how safe are our journalists being trolled online? There's laws, the mental health, all those things. Is this a professional you can rely on to bring you quality information when somebody has a mental issue, has not paid rent, has not been paid salary? Again, these are the people trusted with looking for quality information. So those were discussions that if we don't come up with things like media sustainability funds and other to support media, independent professional media, then we are not talking about information integrity.
Wow. You clearly spoke about a lot,
uliongea
mambo mengi.
Wananchi waelewe pia watu waliongelea nini.
That was
support. So things like harassment, including sexual harassment in our media spaces, is a big thing that we need to do. Technology facilitated harassment of journalists online. You do a good story. If you don't have strong IT systems, you will see one day radio generation is down, depending on sometimes on which, if the people think you have been hosting people who are either 2 time or 1 time, those are realities of life. So they are making also media practice too expensive that we have to spend a lot of money on support things instead of quality content itself. I mean, this news, twice a radio station in Kibera here was people just broke the gates and came in. There's one day a particular politician in Samburu who was almost killed in a radio during a radio interview live. People just heard she's there, the opponent, and they came and surrounded the radio station. So you have to invest in CCTV cameras, things that have no relation to
bearing on
your business. So you obviously see, and those are now the costs that we are saying. They are making information access too expensive for citizens that would have gotten quality information. And those are things that are affecting the digital platforms we are talking about. How much are they investing, for example, in people who get local content? So this conference had a lot of discussions. The issue of media and election. We have an election next year, for example. And we are talking, the Ghana guys were giving us an example of how, especially the issue of release of results. Because those are contagious issues. We have tried it in
this country. We have an election every day. What we have next year is voting. Yes.
Yeah, we elect the
tuko na process ndio hii tunaendelea.
So those are some of the things. And a lot of people are now also using our media platforms to misinform people, even on basic electoral things. And so is media helping in expanding, in allowing people to participate in true democracy and or are we also making it impossible? Look at how many results people are posting. Everybody has their own results. In fact, like in the first people who gave the official, what they call, was UDA party portal. They are the ones who announced even the election instead of IBC. So when that DCP announced the election, UDA election, then who trusts? So by the time IBC is now giving official information, people have lost.
We don't even believe them.
Yes, believability of, and that then can cause people being dissatisfied. So is media also helping in either strengthening democracy, or we are part of the people who are frustrating democracy? So those are some of the discussions that came up.
All right. Thank you so much, Victor. This is where we'll come to a close as far as our conversation today is concerned. I really hope those resolutions will see the light of day in terms of actualizing them, bringing them to a reality.
A number of them.
Yes.
We went for very few practical, what we thought can help. There's all the challenge of workshopping where you have 30 resolutions, but we thought the resolutions were fairly practical and implementable, so given goodwill and common approach.
All right. Meanwhile, if you do not have to leave your place of home, work, worship, whatever it is that you do on a day like today, please don't. Sababu ni kubaya tena sana. Countrywide Matatus strike, and more or less the transportation industry has decided hakuna mahali tunaenda leo. So why don't you stick home until told otherwise? Tunasema kwa heri for now. City and I will be back here tomorrow morning. Wait, I will be here tonight from 7 p.m. With Hanifa Dan on that lovely show that we call Generation Report. As for now, tunasema kwa heri.
Asante sana.
This is the Radio Generation News.
Good morning, I'm Winnie Maganga. Treasury Cabinet Secretary John Mbadi has called for calm as commuters in several parts of the country continue to experience disruptions linked to rising fuel prices. Matatu operators in several areas, including the capital Nairobi, have begun their planned strike over the hiked prices. Mbadi, speaking on NTV this morning, said the government will reconvene upon President William Ruto's return from Azerbaijan to explore further interventions aimed at cushioning Kenyans from soaring fuel costs.
We can only hope that this war will end. But as we hope, and it is not ending, we take some decisions. I am sure as a government we'll sit again when the president comes back and convince he will have to look at what else can we do. But let us not be emotional about this. But again, I am not saying nothing can be done, but you have to balance off. That is what I am saying. There is a balance of scale. And again, emotions that I'm talking about is not about someone who is walking to work. It is about the decision now to call the strike.
A family in Kiritiri, Mbere South constituency in Embu County is mourning the death of their 27-year-old daughter following a suspected acid attack. Jacqueline Wanjiru died after suffering severe burns during the incident, which reportedly happened early Saturday morning as she was traveling on a boda to Kiritiri Market. Her family is calling for a speedy probe into the tragedy.
Kidogo wakati wanaenda kuovertake, wakaenda wakaslow down. Kwenda kuslow down, moja kwa moja niliona kitu kimeruswa. Saidi sasa, huyu mwenye nilikuwa nimebeba, kikakuja kikamugonga, alafu hiyo ingine kanimwagikia saidi na ikamwagika hapa mbele.
Sasa vile nilitoka kwa ward kufika hapa nikapata Jackie ameaga. Jackie sijaisikia akiwa na mambo mambaya.
Wafuatilia hii case juu inaniuma sana. Ni mtoto nimelea, nimesomeza. Ako na mtoto mmoja, sio mwesikia, ni wa umri wa chini.
Interior Cabinet Secretary Kipchumba Murkomen has condemned an incident in which a woman was doused in petrol and set ablaze in Nairobi's Mwiki area in what is suspected to be politically motivated attack. Murkomen on Sunday, alongside Inspector General of Police Douglas Kanja, visited the victim, identified as Raquel Wandeto, and said the government will take measures to curb divisive and inflammatory political rhetoric.
We will, of course, go for all the planners, and I believe that we must be able to deal with this, punish them severely in such a way that no one else will repeat such an act again. There has been speculations around the possibility of political motive, basically attacking her for her political beliefs. I want to ask again to caution all the political leaders in their political rhetoric to stop inciting the people of Kenya.
DCI detectives have arrested a woman linked to a fake gold scam that allegedly conned an American investor of about 55.7 million Kenya shillings. Police say the suspect Mildred Kache, also known as Sabrina Aisha, and an accomplice promised to supply 400 kilograms of gold bars to the foreign investor. Authorities say the victim transferred the money after agreements and negotiations were completed, but the gold was never delivered and the suspects disappeared. Investigations later led detectives to Crystal Villas in Kilimani, where Mildred Kache was arrested while her accomplice escaped. And that's the truth on Radio Generation. Good morning, I'm Winnie Maganga.
Sports on Radio Generation.
Good morning, I'm Samuel Otieno. West Ham United's Premier League relegation fears deepened